Yeah, yeah.
Sign a waiver. And no company can find out.
Right.
If you get hurt or whatever. But it was,
See, that'd be cool.
it was like,
Tomorrow morning. And
Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted you to be aware we are live on Facebook. It's my understanding we're waiting for Commissioner Moran, though.
Yes.
Okay, so just, she's on her way. So our meeting will be starting shortly. We're just waiting on one more commissioner to come in. She just was speaking with the chairman and she'll be on her way shortly, or she will be here shortly.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna start with that. I apologize. My apology to everybody. One of our commissioners, we just changed back to the new hours of 3 o'clock instead of 5 o'clock. So she was a little confused on that. And then when I called her, she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just catching up on everything before I come in." So then I thought, so here she's like, "Yeah, I'm ready to go." You know, but she didn't understand that. It was at 3 o'clock instead of 5. My apologies. Apologies to. We go ahead and put my microphone on. We'll get this started. We are live. Okay, let's call to order. Call to order. Today is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. This is the Valencia County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Number 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Chavez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Moving right along. Approval of agenda. Have the commissioners present had an opportunity to look over the agenda, today's agenda?
Yes.
Is there any questions, comments?
Nope.
Do we have a motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept with a second. Is there any discussion on the motion with a second?
Nope.
Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. Moving right along to item number 4, approval of the February 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission minutes. Have all the commissioners had an opportunity to look over last month's minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there any questions, comments, changes, corrections?
Nope.
Nope.
Hearing none. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion with the second. Is there any discussion on the motion in a second?
Nope.
Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. Okay, moving right along. Staff reports. Mr. Baca.
Chairman, Commissioners, so nothing to report as far as any requests going in front of the Board of County Commissioners. We do have a couple coming up now in April, though. I think we have 2 zone changes that'll be in front of the commission in that meeting. Outside of that, we do have a couple of events coming up in the county. April 3rd, the county offices and building will be closed. That's April 3rd. And then on April the 1st, there is going to be an Easter egg hunt sponsored by the county rec department. That's going to be at Ann Parish Elementary from, I believe it starts at 5:30. April 1st, start time 5:30. And if you guys want to see the flyer, I do have a copy of that here. If you guys want to take a look at that.
5:30 p.m.
5:30 p.m. Yes, sir.
Well,
This kid's up early.
Clarification, correct? Clarification. If I didn't say it, somebody'd be there.
Somebody be there waiting for their eggs.
Looking for eggs.
Yep.
So that was PM.
17:30. 17:30. Okay. I'm
And then,
sorry, Mr. Buck.
we've also got a senior prom coming up with the OAP program. That's going to be on Saturday, April the 18th. That will be at the Belen Senior Center, 715 South Main Street, Belen, New Mexico. And it's Saturday, April the 18th, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. I also have a flyer for that if you guys are interested in taking a look at that, or anybody from the public, if you want to see either of those flyers, just let us know. Other than that, nothing else to report. I stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Nope.
Anything?
Mr. Baca, by any chance, do we have a meeting scheduled for May? There might be a conflict in my calendar for the May meeting. I hate to jump so far ahead, but it'd be nice.
Give me just 1 second. We do have something scheduled. Let me just check the date we
Will it be
have.
the 19th or the 26th?
We have it scheduled for the 26th.
Okay, good. Okay.
Good.
Good.
So will you be here or no?
I'll be here. Yep.
Anybody else? I'd like to mention that we also have the motorcycle awareness. Commissioner Bazell had sponsored that during the last BOCC or 2 BOCC meetings ago. And the motorcycle awareness, they've got different things that are out. And if just be aware as you're driving around Valencia County that there is a lot of people that enjoy the outdoors, riding motorcycles. And with the weather turning so quickly like it has been, you're going to see a lot of motorcycles on the road. So please keep an eye for them. And they've been instructed to keep an eye for everybody else. So just one thing, the last thing we need is any emergencies or, loss of life or anything like that. So anything else? Nope. Okay, moving right along. Let's go to item 6, which would be the swearing in of participants. So all who are present here who either have a petition that they're going to come up and speak about, a petition that they're going to speak in favor of, or a petition that they are going to speak against. Now's the time to swear you in. So I'm going to ask you to please raise up, stand up, and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ryan Baca,
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
Excellent. All right, everybody have a seat. Okay, moving right along. We're going to action item 7A, conditional use number 2025-108, District 4, and PNZ Commissioner Sublette, BO Board of County Commissioner Bazell. Mr. Baca?
Chairman, Commissioners, before you this afternoon is the request for the conditional use number 2025-108, District 4, P&Z Commissioner Sublette, BOCC Bazell. Yvette Trujillo requests a conditional use to operate an online and appointment-based auto dealership. Legal description, subdivision, division of tracks, 14A1A and 15A1B, MRGCD map 93, tract A3, also known as 6 Neva Lane, Belen, New Mexico 87002, UPC 1008031066205, followed by 6 zeros, currently zoned neighborhood commercial district C1. The applicant is here today to present to you. This is a request that was tabled from our January meeting. So the applicant feels she has come up with some answers to some of the questions you had for her then, and does have a little bit of additional information to present to you today. She is here if you would like to call her up.
Thank you.
Stand for any questions.
Is the petitioner Yvette here? Please come forward and state your name, sign in and state your name for the record.
Yvette Trujillo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
Chairman, Commissioners, while she was getting signed in, we did also receive 2 letters from the public on this request.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
okay, so I'm just gonna read everything because, that we don't add any extra words because I put this together, but I just.
Sorry, speak into the microphone.
Oh, okay. Did you hear me at all?
Yeah, now you can.
Okay.
Go ahead and.
So I respectfully request reconsideration of my conditional use permit application for my C1 zone property. At the prior hearing, concerns were raised regarding vehicle maintenance and the state of New Mexico dealer signage requirement. I'm submitting this package to clarify both issues and demonstrate full compliance with zoning intent. The proposed use remains low volume, appointment only operation with no on-site customers. All concerns related to maintenance, safety, traffic, noise, and signage have now been clearly defined and limited. So I'm respectfully requesting reconsideration on these clarifications. And I have, if you go to page 2, I sent this, so I don't know if you guys have it on page 2. It's like an addendum, it's a reconsideration addendum, as I was asked and requested at the last hearing. So I'm going to go to number 2, and it's maintenance and operation clarifications. Permitted on-site activities would be washing vehicles, vacuuming interiors, wiping surfaces, replacing the windshield wipers if necessary, replacing light bulbs or small fuses if necessary, and changing a flat tire. Prohibited activities would be mechanical repairs, engine, brake, transmissions, or suspension work. Sorry, I couldn't say it. Suspension work, electrical diagnostics, use of lifts, compressors, power tools, storage, or fluids. All mechanical work is performed off-site by a licensed professional. And then the third one is, you guys, last time we were talking about the signs from the state of New Mexico and what the requirement that it might be a conflict of interest. But according to the state requirements, it's a dealer's identification sign for licensing compliance. The sign is not advertising. It is for identification only and does not invite public traffic. The business remains appointment only and off-site for all customers and interactions. Proposed conditional of approval. Inventory limited up to 5 vehicles at a time, no on-site customer traffic, no mechanical repairs. And then 1 identification sign only, that's for the state what they require. Sign limited to business name only. No lighting or promotion content. Placement approved by planning and zoning. Also, you had asked me, Commissioner, that you had asked me to get some information or education with the state of New Mexico, and I did send that into, if you need it.
Which one?
For the state of New Mexico, for the dealer's license. You had asked me if I could get some education documents about all that stuff.
Yeah.
Regarding the signage, and I did send it in, so.
So what's going to be the name of the business?
Jet Auto Sales,
JET.
yeah, double T.
I'm s-
Double T, JETT?
So so Ms. Trujillo, you said that there's not going to be any mechanical stuff done there, but then in the process, you said that you would be like changing windshield wipers and flat tires.
Well, if needed, but
If needed.
nothing, yes,
But, okay. And also you said no mechanical and that there would be no use of power tools.
yes,
So if needed and there was a flat tire, all that would be done by hand.
that would, a flat tire would probably be done by a mechanic, or if not, maybe my brother or something like that.
Without the use of power tools, correct?
Yes,
According to this one, because the one that when you came here before is 1 to 2 cars, I believe that you were asking for. Now it's 3 to 5 cars with a maximum of 5 cars, correct? So
Yes.
there's maximum of 5 cars at any given time.
yes,
Okay. And you're on 0.75 acres, correct?
yes.
With the house.
Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Baca, can we bring that up on the overhead, please? Is this the property that we're talking about?
Yes,
So not all the property is cleared, correct?
yes. Well, with the exception of the home and
Right, but like you've got a lot of trees and brush and stuff like that.
Yes.
So where are you going to fit 5 cars?
Well, not at one time, but I mean, it could be up to 5. That's what I put on the thing, but.
Yeah, so if it's
right.
up to 5,
Yes.
and I'm trying to explain this as simple as possible.
Okay,
If
so.
it, hold on just a second.
Oh.
If it is up to 5, then that means that if you had 5 cars to sell, that you would be allowed to park all 5 cars there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say that you have 5 cars to sell. Where are they going to go?
They're gonna go on did you get the little, I don't know, the little drawing that I put in? I don't know if you see it, but.
Yeah.
So it'll be right there in that corner, at the end of the corner, which would be the west.
Mhm.
It would be wait, I think.
On the west or the east?
Northwest, or northeast, sorry.
Right.
All northeast, yes.
Yeah,
And in the
everything's
back,
going-
and in the back. I could do a little bit in the back too. Right where the pool is, the swimming pool.
Mr. Hu, would you like to go ahead and use this?
Oh, yes.
There's a little button right there, okay? Just keep it pushed. Not working?
Need an instruction manual with it.
If we could have you go back to the podium. No bueno?
Working fine, yeah.
Yeah, it's working fine.
It works with him?
Yes.
So
I'm blind now.
are you talking about the
Okay,
area right here?
behind the pool, that way. Yeah, all that corner and the back, right there. Yeah. And that's a lot of land for up to 5 cars.
And the road that for entrance and egress is a single lane road, correct?
Yes.
And have you secured a sign yet?
I can easily, but I have not, no.
I'm very concerned over the maintenance aspect of it, and you know that. That's my biggest thing,
Yes.
is that the maintenance aspect is my biggest concern here. But commissioners,
Mr. Hill, excuse me, a couple of questions. So basically somebody's going to look at an advertisement, Craigslist, Facebook, that kind of thing, and they'll go ahead and call you about the car, correct?
Yes.
And then you'll go ahead and establish a meeting place, whether it's like Lowe's, Home Depot, or some parking lot or somewhere, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, DOT requires that you get a permit if you're going to sell outside your lot. So how are you going to do that if somebody wants to see that right away?
I could meet him at a public place. I can meet him at a public place.
That's not what I read last night. That DOT requires if you're not going to sell your vehicle on the designated lot, that you're required to have a permit for sales outside of your lot.
Well, I haven't seen that. I've not seen that at all. But I'm sure, when you say DOT, is it with the state of,
Department of Transportation or,
the state of New Mexico? Is it?
yeah,
and
basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm going to have, when I send everything in, they like do kind of like an inspection as well.
Mm.
And so I didn't see that on the requirements, and I have the requirements. He has them. He has them.
Okay, and I say DOT lightly, I'm not exactly sure that's the entity, but so they're aware that you're going to be selling these vehicles outside of your lot, correct?
Yes, the whole, I was resale, yes.
Okay.
Not brand new vehicles, but resale, just resale, wholesale.
Mr. Baca, this is some information that Commissioner Chavez had got. He passed it to me prior to me showing it to Commissioner. I would like to enter it into the record
Okay. Chairman,
you can-
Commissioners, that'll be acceptable if I could just get a copy of that at the end before we end the meeting.
at the end.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to give it to, and
Thank
then
you.
he can read it,
Pass it down.
and
Thank
then
you.
that way it's public. So
We will add it.
go ahead.
back
I'm
in.
sorry, Ms. Tria.
Okay, no, I was just saying because I also did a class as required, and we talked about a lot of this and that, I didn't say anything about that at all, nor have I seen it.
Yeah, I
But-
just did a very quick chat GPT type thing, and I don't think that one actually shows the statute number, but there is a statute number which says that you cannot sell vehicles outside of your designated location, outside of your approved lot, unless you have a permit to do so. In other words, some people go to state fairgrounds and, they have a big rally, that kind of thing, and they're getting
Oh.
a special permit to do something like that. But
Yeah.
outside of the designated lot, you would need to have a special permit to sell, and that's kind of one of the things that I'm concerned with. So if you're not going to have a permit, that means that people are going to be coming onto your lot to view the vehicles, test drive the vehicles, and possible sale at the lot, correct?
Well, if it's in a public place, I even have on 314, what if I'm in that, where I would go in a public place or like 314, like right outside of my property, just so they can see it.
And my concern, at the county level is just, is this going to increase the traffic in your area? That's going to be more of a state level.
Yes.
Whether you can or cannot sell vehicles outside of your designated lot. But if the state is saying, no, you have to have this permit, which is what I understand, that means your sales are going to be on your lot and not just phone sales, you're going to meet somebody. That's my concern right now.
Well, if it's required, I'll get one, if it's required.
Which would increase
Through the state,
which would increase the traffic in your area.
well, I don't want them at the property. That's why this is like online, or what have you. And that's what I had explained last time when I was here. It's a real low.
I think what Commissioner Chavez is trying to say is that you're asking for a conditional use. In other words, a use under conditions
Yes.
for this piece of property. But in the process, you're saying the property is not going to be used for the actual sale of the vehicles.
Well, it is because I will have my office. I will do my, administration work there.
Okay, and so then this was another thing that we had discussed the last time that you were before us, is that, so, because you're saying, nope, it's not going to be sold there at the property, we're not going to be bringing people there, it's not going to be.
Yes.
But then if you're saying now that the office is going to be there, then the people have to be there in order to sign off on the paperwork, write the contracts, where your computer is, if you're financing, then you're going to have to do, send it out to different agencies that are going to be financing it for the prospective buyers. So sales will be happening on the property, correct?
No, because I would do my work there, the paperwork. A lot of things are done through DocuSign. I'm a notary as well. I could, the final paper, I'd probably have them sign, with the pen, you know what I mean? It's not DocuSign, but a ink.
Yeah, real signature.
Yes, real signature. Probably at the time of, where they decide to make their decision. But I don't need them at the office. I do a lot of stuff online.
I don't,
Okay. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to point out on the Department reviews from Public Works, it was stated Neva Lane is not a county-maintained road. However, since the access is on Highway 314, the applicant will need to reach out to NMDOT. And that's coming from our Public Works Director, Lena Benavides.
and you're going to have to go to the State of New Mexico Environmental Agency to get an okay to have those vehicles on there as well.
Yes, here and there.
I'm
So,
sorry?
I said here at the Planning and Zoning and also at the State of New Mexico.
And I don't know, Commissioners, so I know that last year, this is just a little personal thing, is that I bought 2 cars last year from a dealership. And there's some paperwork that you gotta sign, you know, and, you know, initial here, sign here, initial here, sign here, initial here, you know, and I'm not big on the whole DocuSign. I think that, you know, I'm not a big DocuSign kind of person. I want to sign and initial everything to look at it. But I feel that there's, I don't know the right word. Help me out on this one. You know, there seems to be a misunderstanding, perhaps on my side, on how can you be asking for a conditional use of a property, but yet you're not going to use that property for what you're asking it to be used for, other than a parking lot. And so if it's a parking lot, under regulations, you have that many vehicles, then there has to be certain stipulations to protect the ground in case there's leakage or anything like that. So that's where I'm having my, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Misleading is what you're trying to say.
I'm not saying that anybody is misleading or nothing like that. I'm not trying to imply that. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm trying to say that I'm just wondering, is she doing, are we seeing the process being played out in the correct way? Because I think that we had tried to explain this to her the last meeting, but I'm hearing the same thing being offered, and I'm not seeing where the changes are being made.
You know, reading the ordinances, I'm kind of concerned about the character and the rural atmosphere of the area and it being preserved as well. One of the pictures that I saw, which is not included with this, but it was in the packet on in the email, showed the vehicles which appeared to be like right next to the road, facing the road. So if there is no on-site sales, well, why do they need to be displayed in such a fashion?
Well, I know which photograph that you're talking about, and I think it's because, and actually the road, which you referred to, is just a single lane that goes down to the dead end where she's located. So it's not actually facing like 47, so there's no visible like parking where like a lot of dealerships, you know, you drive by and they've got a sale, you know, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So there's no real eyesight as far as John Q. Public is concerned. So
You don't feel like it's going to change the character? of
I don't
the-
think that would change the character of the environment. And of course, we have to hear from all the people that have standing here first. But just, these are some of the things that I'm a little concerned about.
Well, there's a dealership existing right on the front end of that road in 314.
And yeah, there
The
is,
sign, you can see it here in that picture.
right.
Kind
And
of
there
a-
is a dealership there.
Yeah.
And again, it's another one of those small dealerships that they're, you know,
Yep.
doing small amount of cars. You know, it's not like a big dealership. It's not like a, but, and commissioners, you know that I'm definitely pro-business. I'm pro-business and I stand by that, but I want it to be done the right way. So,
And I think you're successful in your business because you have done it the right way.
okay, thank you, sir. So, any more questions by the commissioners?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hill, if you want to sit down for a second, we'll call you back up here in just a little
Okay.
bit, okay?
Okay,
Thank you, honey.
thank you.
Okay,
Apologies first.
oh, you're
I
okay.
can't change my calendar time and stuff here. and Apologize.
Commissioner Moran, if I could have, I would have waited the whole 2 hours for you, but,
Crowd knows her.
but Mr. Baca was like, no, we got to get on with it. So, okay, so moving right along. Is there anybody present wishing to step forward and speak in favor of the petitioner? Okay, now is your time if you'd like to come forward and speak in favor of the petitioner. Okay, hearing none, is there anybody present wishing to speak against the petitioner? Okay, right now is the time if you want to speak against what the petitioner is trying to do. step forward and we will recognize you. Okay, hearing none, discussion.
Discussion. So I did find a statute under NMSA 66-4-2.2 shall not sell a vehicle for sale at a location other than the licensed dealer's established place of business. Temporary permits for temporary off-site locations are required.
Mr. Baca, could you bring that statute up? That's state statute 66-4-2-2,
2.2, right?
2.2.
Commissioner Chavez, will you give me that statute number one more time?
Sure.
New Mexico State Statute 66-4-2.2.
Going to. Thank you. Chairman Commissioners, here on the screen is 2025 New Mexico Statutes, Chapter 66, Motor Vehicles, Article 4, Licensing of Dealers and Records, Section 66-4-2.2, Offsite Sales specifically.
So, Ms. Trujillo, would you please come forward? So you can see the screen, correct? That's New Mexico statute, state statute 66-4-2.2. Appendix A, except as otherwise provided in this section, a New Mexico licensed dealer or the holder of a security interest filed pursuant to section 66-3-201 New Mexico NMSA 1978 shall not sell a vehicle or offer a motor vehicle for sale at a location other than the licensed dealer's established place of business, as defined in section 66-1-4.5. Provided that for purposes of this subsection, a vehicle shall not be deemed offered for sale at a location other than the licensed dealer's established place of business if the vehicle is in use for a purpose of other than to sell or offer the vehicle for sale. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any comment?
I do. I would have to get a permit then, correct?
You would have to go to the state, and so like, I would assume that the dealerships, like when they take their cars to the state fair, they get a special permit every time they do something like that. So, and I know that those type of permitting is probably expensive because, they're taking like 20, 30 cars to the New Mexico State Fair, and they're like, hey, we want to sell this. And sometimes they don't even do that. They just display them. And then if somebody goes up, like if you're at the state fair or your rodeo or something like that, and they're like, hey, this is a brand new Ford truck, and they're like, oh, I'd like to buy it. Yeah, come on down and we'll sell it to you on the lot, So that is kind of what that's saying, is that you can't sell a vehicle off your lot. So this is our job, is to show you what the laws, rules, and regulations are.
Yes.
And so unless you're wanting to get a permit every time, and you can sit there and honestly tell us that you're going to sell all these vehicles off site, and you are going to get a permit every time you take a vehicle to show to somebody, it would be hard, almost impossible. So, and this is what we offer here, is that we're trying to show you how to do it the right way. Okay. So I know it doesn't sound
Yeah.
comforting to you at this moment.
Yes.
Okay. So, but, you know, this board is very thorough. And so do you have any comment when it comes to that?
So would there be another zoning, like the C2 to do a C2 with this or?
Mr. Baca?
You know, would it be easier?
So if you had the opportunity to use that area as a car lot, is that what you're saying, that you would do that?
Well, I mean, whatever, I mean, as long as I can, I mean, I've already invested a lot in this and it's
And
a
I understand.
lot. No, I mean, we're talking classes, you name it.
No, I understand.
So at this point, you know, I'm like, what's the best? I mean, if I can't do it this way, maybe just getting a C2 zone change, would that work? And
Mr. Baca?
So Chairman Commissioners, so auto sales are a permitted allowed use in a C2. However, and in a C1, it would be considered a conditional use. So if she feels that's what's best for her property, she can make that request. Auto sales lots are an allowed use in C2, just like they're an allowed conditional use in C1. So if approved for that zone change, the next steps would still be to go through the site design review, which we would cover all of this additional information still during that process as well.
Right, right.
So
So do you understand that? So
Oh.
yes, you could. So what is the property rating right now? R2, R1,
it's, it would be
C1.
one.
C1.
C1? Okay, so if it's C1, you can do a conditional use like what you're trying to do now. But you would have to change what you're asking for, because you are asking that be a car lot, that you're going to sell cars on it, and that's going to be your car lot. And the maximum amount of cars you're going to have on there is 5. If you were to get a conditional use, and if that were to pass, then you would be able to have mechanics come in and do little stuff to it, you know, I mean, but again, there's that process. I feel that at this time, you're making it difficult on yourself by saying, I want conditional use for this property, but I'm not going to sell vehicles on this property. I'm going to sell them off the property. Well, New Mexico state statute says you can't do that
Without a permit.
without a permit, without a special permit, which I don't know what the fees of that are. Okay.
Yes.
So I just, hold that thought for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have any letters outstanding on this?
Chairman Commissioners, yes, we have 2 letters of opposition from individuals withstanding on Neva Lane.
Mr. Baca, would you please read those for us?
Yes, sir.
Give me just a second, Mr. Hill, okay?
Okay.
And these are, go ahead, Mr. Baca.
Chairman Commissioners, first one is from Paulino Garcia at 2 Neva Lane, Belen, New Mexico, 87002. And this is Planning and Zoning Commission. As a longtime resident and neighbor at 2 Neva Lane, 19502 Highway 314, Belen, New Mexico, 87002, I am writing to express my opposition to conditional use application 2025-108 and request that it be denied. The proposal to establish an online and appointment-based auto dealership on the neighboring property at 6 Neva Lane is not appropriate for this location, which is zoned Neighborhood Commercial District C1. Reasons for opposition and request for denial. Living directly on this quiet rural lane, I am concerned that the proposed use would be incompatible with the surrounding area and violate the intent of the C1 zoning. 1, excessive traffic and safety concerns. Neva Lane is a narrow residential road meant for low volume local use only. Introducing commercial vehicle traffic would heighten dangers for families, children, and pets while causing more wear, dust, and potential congestion. Number 2, harm to rural character and quiet environment. Placing vehicles on site for storage, display, or test drives, even in limited numbers, would introduce unwanted visual intrusion, engine noise, door sounds, and possible lighting, eroding the peaceful rural atmosphere. 3, unavoidable impacts on nearby homes. Limited operations still risk spillover effects and minor disturbances that would directly affect my property value. For these reasons, I oppose the conditional use. Note on participation, I will not be able to attend the public hearing on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 3 p.m. in person or via Facebook Live due to personal circumstances. My comments are submitted entirely through this letter and email. Please enter this into the official record. The county is welcome to contact me by phone for any further details. Thank you for taking neighbors seriously and for enforcing the zoning rules to safeguard our community's rural quality of life. Sincerely, Paulino Garcia.
Okay, the next one.
Yes, sir. So this one is coming from Neva Hanchett at 4 Neva Lane. She stated, please find our letter of opposition and request for denial for conditional use 2025-108. Due to health reasons, I'm unable to attend the hearing. And subject, opposition to conditional use number 2025-108 with the additional agenda item on listed. Dear Planning and Zoning Commission, members and staff, I'm writing as a resident and immediate neighbor at 4 Neva Lane, Belen, New Mexico 87002 to formally oppose and request denial of the conditional use application 2025-108. This proposal seeks approval to operate an online and appointment-based auto dealership on the adjacent property at 6 Neva Lane. Reasons for opposition and request for denial. As a direct neighbor on the same narrow 20-foot private rural lane, Neva Lane, I believe this use is incompatible with and would adversely affect our rural residential area. Operating a 20-foot access road beyond its design capacity for commercial or high-volume traffic in 2026 presents critical safety and legal concerns. Standard residential access roads are typically designed to support low volume of light vehicles, with 20-foot widths often being the absolute minimum for single lot access. Small access road not designed for this use. The property has a limited 20-foot access road that is not built or designed to handle more traffic, turning movements, or increased vehicle volumes, such as customer arrivals, deliveries, towing, or transport trucks. 6 Neva Lane does not currently allow access for the trash service vehicle truck or other large delivery trucks to turn around, thus causing them to back down the lane and use the driveway area in front of my home to turn around. If two cars are coming and going on the same road, one must pull off to let the other pass. Currently, this is also being done in my driveway. An increased volume of traffic would pose a problem that affects the use of my driveway. This is also a safety hazard to individuals and vehicles on my property. Our mailboxes also sit on the edge of the road, and wide vehicles have damaged the boxes before. Potential secondary impacts on adjacent properties. Even limited operations could lead to overflow parking, incidental activity, exhaust, or dust affecting my home and home value. No conditions can fully eliminate these risks in a residential adjacent setting. I respectfully request that the commission deny this conditional use application.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's the only.
And that is sincerely Neva Hanchett for Neva Lane. And that is the last letter.
Can you bring the map up, Mr.
Yes,
Baca, and do an overlay of C1, C2, or and scan out?
Sorry. Chairman, Commissioners, here on the map, the green overlay represents the C1 neighborhood commercial properties. C2 is represented by the orange overlay. The pink, lighter purple color over here to the northeast is agricultural preservation. Directly southeast is rural residential 2.
And that 20-foot road is the one right there on the north side of that property, 2 Neva, 4 Neva, and 6 Neva, correct? It's a single lane dirt road, not managed by the county?
Chairman, Commissioners, that is correct. It is a private road. The widths, I would have to pull the survey to confirm, but based on the testimony of the applicant and the neighbors,
Yeah,
I
20
believe
foot.
it's 20 foot.
Based on the testimony. And, okay. Commissioners?
The other thing that comes up in the departmental reviews is, your property's in a floodplain.
In the flood zone? Is that what you mean? Flood,
What's that?
in flood zone?
Yeah,
No, I'm not sure.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and with that said, you have to have an engineered ponding system on your property, which is going to take up some space. So as far as where you park 5 vehicles or whatever you're doing with things, that could change due to, you've got to do that first before you can say where that's all going to be, just so you know.
Chairman Commissioners, that if approved, that is something we would review on the next stage of the site design review. That
Right.
would be something would come up then.
The thing that concerns me about that is that because she's asking for a conditional use, the conditional use, if granted, goes away once she negates it. You know, if she was to move, sell a home, or if she says I'm shutting down, well, that conditional use is negated. So it goes back to just regular. And keeping that in mind, if you're doing it as a conditional use, you might not want to put that type of investment in it, like you said, with a ponding holding area, a reinforced, pavement to park the vehicles and stuff like that. I mean, the state would come in, and she definitely would need New Mexico Environmental to come in and check all that stuff. So, so keeping all that in mind. Commissioners, you got anything else? No. No. Okay. So, Mr. Trujillo. Again, we're at that point where I think that you're planning on this. I'm pro-business. I am pro-business. And I would love to see you, as well as many other people, go into business and bring that prosperity to the community. I'm really very pro-business, okay? So, but when it comes to certain issues, I don't think that this has been thought through all the way, and I don't think that everything has been looked at all the way. So there are a couple options that we can go at. One is, if you would like to table this and give yourself a little bit more time to do a little bit more homework on this, then I would be willing to accept that. But if you don't want to do that and you want it to go on our opinion, and may the chips fall where they fall, then you can do that. But I would recommend that you might want to table this, and that way it doesn't put you behind. I know you've invested money. Everybody who comes up to that podium has invested money to live a dream that they're looking at, okay? But if you table it, then yeah, you'll have to pay for another mailing out, but it gives you more time. And I don't know if you can understand this, but I'm really trying to help you out on this one.
Okay.
Okay, so how would you like us to proceed?
I will table it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're asking to table this.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't see a problem with that. We don't have to have a vote on that, right? If she asks to table it, then that's it, right?
Yeah.
That's correct. If it's the applicant that's requesting it, you do not have to have the vote on
Okay,
it.
so you're requesting that this be tabled to another time.
Yes.
Okay, we are going to grant that. Mr. Hill, thank you.
Okay, I have a question if you
Yeah,
don't
sure,
mind.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm just, because I'm thinking I'm doing everything right, because, and as I keep coming up here, it's like a lot of things. So I don't know what it is, because even with some of the neighbors and stuff that are having issues, I've tried to keep it on the down low and everything. And now it's like, so I don't know which route to take at this point.
Well, okay, so
I don't know
That's a
which-
very good question, and so I'll try to help you out on that, okay? So
Okay.
one thing is that people know how businesses work, okay? And that is why the planning and zoning, we have a public meeting so that everybody can know about it. So, and then that is why we do a mailing to
Okay.
all your neighbors because your neighbors have rights as well.
Yes.
So the county wants to protect everybody's rights who's involved. Now, when you come forward and you're saying, I'm going to open a dealership here, and it's only going to be for 1 to 2 or 3 to 5 cars, and then people are like, well, all these cars are going to be going back and forth, and you're saying, and then you say, but wait, I'm going to be selling them in Walmart parking lot, or I'm going to be selling them
Somewhere.
here or there. And then the state is like, well, wait, because you can't do that because you're floating around your license, which nobody else can do, so you can't do it. You got these big dealerships selling, 100 cars a day, and it's creating good tax revenue for the community. And that's why I'm pro-business, because the more you make, then the more it helps out the community, okay? So, but if you're not doing it the right way, under the same rules that everybody else is working on, then that's not fair, okay? So that's why we have an open meeting, that's why we have a public meeting, and that's why all your neighbors get, all the people that are involved get notified of what's going on. And then if your neighbor's like, well, wait a second, do I really want a bunch of cars? Because they don't know what's going on. So they either come forward or they look at a meeting and they write a letter and they say, this is the way we feel,
Yes.
So how would I go about it if I were you? And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just trying to say, it's always best to go to your neighbors. Go to your neighbors and say, listen, I'm just trying to open a little dealership where I can sell a few cars, a little extra added income for my home. That's it. I'm telling you, I'm not going to have a lot of traffic. We're not going to be working on cars. You're not going to hear mechanics and power tools after 6 p.m.
Yes.
And I think that your neighbors would probably be like, you know what? That is pretty cool. We can live with that,
Yes.
So if you start homegrown, you start talking to your neighbors, instead of just surprising the neighbors with a certified letter in the mail from the county saying, hey, they're gonna open a car lot, and they're like, wait a second, what is this? I don't want this, So that's my first thing. And if it takes you a few $100s to hire a lawyer and say, tell me what rules I need to do, or if it takes you a few hours to go down to the public library, get online and look it up. If you look up New Mexico state statutes, car sales dealerships, and it will give you an entire list. It's not hard to find. And I know it sounds like overpowering, but if you were to ask a librarian or something like that and say, what am I looking for? And they'll say, well, what do you need, hon? This is where you go. This is what you do. And before you know it, you'll be coming back to us in a month or 2 months, and you're gonna be like, Chairman, I got it this time, and all my neighbors are backing me, and that's how it happens.
Okay.
Does that help you?
It does a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Hill?
No, that'll be all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
Hi,
guys
Jeff.
for your
You
time.
have a good day.
Appreciate it.
Okay, moving right along. Action item 7B, zone change number 2026-018, District 1, P&Z Commissioner Aguilar, Board of County Commissioner Seiss.
Chairman, Commissioners, before you this evening is the request for zone change number 2026-018, District 1, P&Z Commissioner Aguilar, BOCC Seiss, Ramon Perez and Carlos Perez request a zone change from Rural Residential District 2, RR2, to Rural Residential District 1, RR1, to split the property into 2 parcels. Legal description: subdivision land of George Chandran, tract A3A3, section 16, township 7 north, range 2 east, 2.76 acres, plat N-844, located on the corner of Silver Lane and Highway 314 in Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031, UPC 1009040443229, currently zoned Rural Residential District 2, RR2, and the applicant is here to present this evening, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record.
Ramon Perez.
Monday, Ramon?
Ramon Perez.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so you're speaking for both you and Carlos?
Correct. My brother,
Okay.
unfortunately he couldn't make it today.
Fortunately, you said?
Yes, he's out of town pretty much. Well, out of country.
Okay. Mr. Baca, do we need a letter for him to speak for both parties? Because when it's instead of and or, it's and, then they should both be here, right? Or,
Chairman, Commissioners, no, as long as one of the property owners is present, we are okay with
I just
this.
want to verify that.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we're good to go.
Okay. And if we could get that property up on the monitors and Ramon, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
So I am writing to propose a subdivision of my father's land, located at 314 Silver Lane into two individual land lots. The intent behind this request is to allow either of pretty much myself, Ramon Perez, or my brother Carlos Perez, to build our own house, creating a shared family living space while maintaining affordable individual residence. The property in question is 2.76 acres in size. Our proposal is to rezone the partial to R1 and subdivide it into two equal lots, approximately 1.38 acres each. We believe the subdivision aligns with the surrounding neighborhoods, residential character, and will contribute positive to the community by supporting responsible development and family-oriented housing. We are committed to ensuring that all subdivision and zoning requirements are met, including compliance with infrastructure, access, and utility provisions. We welcome the opportunity to work closely with Planning Department to address any considerations or conditions necessary for approval. I have done the research for utility access, in which there is sewer, gas, water available on Silver Lane and Highway 314. And I believe that should be it. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I don't know if you guys have any other questions.
Okay. That's the property up there on the monitors, correct?
314 and Silver Lane.
You said.
You could turn around. and-
Yes, right there. exactly.
Okay. So your split is going to go from north to south or east to west?
East to west.
East west. Like that, correct?
Yeah, east to west?
Yes.
Okay. And it's going to be equal amount of land for each?
Correct.
2.3
Yes.
or,
1.36.
and you're going from, and that's currently R2, correct?
Correct.
And you're going to go into two R1s.
Correct.
Each property will have its own well and septic?
As of right now,
Oh, you have utilities, you said.
I have utilities,
That's right.
correct.
I heard you say that.
Both on the main street.
City or utilities?
Correct, yes. Village of Lunas.
Los Lunas?
Yes.
Commissioners?
This might be more of a question for Mr. Baca. Up to date in all your taxes?
Yes.
Chairman, Commissioners, according to the Treasurer's Office, let me double check the department reviews on that one. Was this the one? So the taxes were delinquent. He did pay the day I notified him, so taxes are current now. I did not include that receipt, but I did verify with the Treasurer's Office and confirm taxes are paid and up to date.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners? Nothing more?
Good.
Ramon, if you want to have a seat for a second and
That's good. Thank you.
pretty straightforward. Is there anybody present wishing to come forward and speak in favor of Mr. Chavez? Right. Ramon,
It is.
one more time, or Perez. Is there anybody wishing to step forward and speak in favor of the petitioner? Hearing none, is there anybody present wishing to come forward and speak against the petitioner? Go ahead, sir. Come in, come forward, sign in and state your name for the record. And did you receive a letter from the county? Okay.
Okay, yes, I was wondering,
What's your name? State your name for the record.
He
can
does
we-
have standing.
Huh?
He does have standing.
Right, can we get a map and I'd like to see where he's at. He says right behind, so I'm thinking
To the
west.
west,
To the west?
What's your address, sir?
8 Silver Lane.
8. Okay.
oh yeah, it's right
Would
behind.
this help?
Yeah, they got it right there. He's
Yeah.
right to the west of them. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Just, we've talked to our other neighbors, because I've been there quite a while, and there all the time, and other neighbors had concerns too, and they were gonna send letters in, I was just wondering if they had sent any letters in.
Do we have any letters?
Chairman Commissioners, we did not receive any correspondence on this
Okay.
request.
Okay, so we're giving you the opportunity for your testimony. So I cannot take the testimony of others through you because that's a third-party testimony. Okay, right, I understand that. Okay, so we'll get to the letter in a minute. I want to hear your testimony, what you wish to say.
It was almost 3 acres, and we were trying to get away from city lots, as far as a regular lot, and that's why we purchased the land. And that's what our plan is, to build a retirement home there. And our other residents that are there are all pretty much retired people also. And that's what their concern is. We're concerned about more people being allowed to do that there and making it a big subdivision where it is not now. It's just a residential. Everybody has like 3 acres or more in that area. And nobody, except for the people that been there maybe 50 years or so, they have a smaller, like maybe a 1 acre lot. They were allowed to do that, I guess, years and years ago. But since this was, since we bought all this, it was zoned that, so we could only have one home there. And we all, when we purchased that, that was our understanding, and that's why we purchased it. And
What it-
I'm just, I'm just to increase the residential density in the area. We decided to retire that, being unfair to other current property owners adjacent to the subject property for same reasons. And establishing a precedence for additional change requests for properties in the same area. And creating the risk of future.
Okay, hold on. A little bit slower because I'm writing notes. And are you giving your own testimony or are you giving the testimony of a letter? Okay. Go ahead, continue.
And that's pretty much concerned about the area. And like I said, we bought it for that purpose. And if they're allowed to do this, then I'm just afraid that the other property owners that are there are gonna try to do the same thing. And like, even myself, I bought that for that purpose, to have a little bit of land and retire there. And, if I can't do that, then I might even think of trying to do something like that and sell it, because that was our dream retirement area, where we bought to retire. And, now, I just feel like there's gonna be more people, and it's just not myself, it's the other residents there, they have the same option, and we talk about it. And we're just afraid that that can happen
And we just hate to see that happen to that little area, right? Because it's a dead end road. There's no other access in there. 314 goes by there. And they just recently, within the last year, put the city utilities in there. Before that, it was all septic and wells and everything. They just recently put that city in there. And then I was even informed by the city that if I didn't build closer to the road, that I would have to put like a sump pump to pump it, because it's too far away from the utilities, you know?
Mhm.
It's too far away, and I would need a sump pump to pump all the way up there, so I would have to, if I ever did build a home, build it close to the utility, so I wouldn't need a sump pump.
You
Or
don't live
build
there?
above grade.
Yeah, then you'd have to put it quite a bit higher.
Yeah, you'd have to build above grade.
And like you said, it's, I don't know, flood zone, it's on a flood zone, so it would have to be quite a bit higher, you know. And that, but, that's one of my concerns, is I worry about all that stuff, and just the purpose we bought it for.
You don't live there?
I don't live there, I'm there almost every day, I plant trees, I take care of the property, I clean it. I don't live there, but we own a home here in Las Lunas.
So who lives there?
Nobody.
So is that a house or is that
No,
a
that's
barn?
little Up there, I put a little, for my tools and stuff, I wanted to get a little tractor and put it there and,
How long?
Property zoned at? What's your zoning on your property? R2?
Chairman Commissioners, yes, it's the same zoning RR2.
that silver lane there,
Mhm.
that's a dead end road there. And you can't go in and out of there. And all those people there are all doing the same. They all have, like I said, at least 2 acres or more. Some of them have more than 2 acres.
Looks like there's only one house on the very far end.
He bought that back, from Mr. Silver there, and it was a 1 acre parcel, so they allowed him to build on that 1 acre because he was able to purchase just a 1 acre. But everybody else has more than that land, you know.
I think it's that one east of where you're at, Mr. Baca.
West.
No, east, that bigger one.
Yeah, there's actually 2.
No, the one at 18 Silver.
Yeah, I think that's-
Yeah, see, that's 1 acre lot. That's 2 acres. So the one north of that is going to be a 1 acre.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, it's-
At 21 Silver. Just a second, sir.
That's actually a bigger lot, 3.3.
Well, how is that other one just a 1 acre lot? Oh, because it's been divided. Yeah.
Yeah,
So 27 and 25, that got divided. Okay. So if we scroll, towards the east, go back to the petitioner's lot. And so the lot above it, 7 Silver, 1.5. And the one next to that, it's like a half acre, yep. And so then the one south of that.
South of the subject property?
Yes,
This one
uh-huh.
here? Approximately 2.
A little over 2.17. And if they're wanting to divide that into 2.76, so that's still even larger than that. So that's 1.5 to the north plus a 0.5 to the north. That's 2.1 to the south. So in all actuality, by them dividing that, those 2 lots, each of those lots would still be bigger than the lots north and south.
Chairman Commissioner, the proposed lot size will be approximately 1.38.
Yeah. Each
Oh,
one.
yeah.
1.3.
Total is about 2.7, I believe.
Yeah. Thank you.
Somebody has like 1 acre on there. You saying that they have 1 acre. north of-
Okay, so you see where the little blue flag is? That's the property that we're talking about. So if you go north of it, then it looks like it was a 2 acre lot, but then they split like a half acre. You see that little, where that house is? Yeah. Yes.
Bought it there, and he owns all of that property together, you know, but I know he built, but those homes have been there for years and years.
Right, but what I'm saying is that that's a half acre lot, and then the other one is an 1.5 acre lot.
They didn't split it, that's all their property.
No, it's split.
It is split.
It is split. Yeah. Well, if
It's still
this
two.
property were to get split, the owner would still own both.
That's what, is that, say he splits it, and then, yeah, he says he wants to build a home for them, but say he decides to sell it and sell two properties there, and would he be allowed to do that?
I can't say what he can do or can't do on that. That's not what we're here for. But if you go south of that property, then
This,
yes,
and this is more than an acre, isn't it? Is it?
yes, it's 2.17 acres.
Yeah.
Right. So, but it's still smaller than the piece of property that we're talking about. So, and
2.17 acres, it's not smaller than splitting the 1 acre each.
no, but it's smaller than the 2.76 acres.
Yeah, but they didn't split it, is it split?
No, it's one thing. So I'm not, right. I'm not gonna argue semantics with you, you know, so, but,
Allowed to have 2 acres, and that's what I'm,
right.
yeah.
But there's lots in there that are less than 2 acres. You know, and you're saying, well, it's been 50 years since they've done that. But there's still lots that are bigger than, or smaller than 2 acres there, you know? And this is not my district, but the commissioner for that district is not present right now. So because as the chairman, it's my responsibility to get as much information about it as possible. So I appreciate your testimony going here, but I don't want to argue semantics when we can look at the map and we can, and that's why everything is public. And that's why I'm saying, well, you're saying that nobody else has it unless they've had it for over 50 years. But no, I think I can prove you wrong on that.
Well, sadly, throughout the entire county, we're seeing it over the last 50 years, because I've been down here longer than that, all this split ups, and it's gonna happen. You have the potential of that happening wherever you are. I have the same situation where I live in Los Chavez, and it's the way it is. It's the way it's going to be. What happens is people get older. They don't want to farm 20 acres. They don't want to farm 10 acres. They want to split it up, or they have a family like they want to split and give them their siblings, you know, the property, and it happens. It just happens, and we live in a county that happens at, and yeah.
Off the track there, they did that, the same thing, they split it up, and they built 3 homes there, brand new homes, and sold each home. And I don't know if they were trying to do it as a family, but then they ended up putting them all for sale and sold them to make money, you know? And I'm just not in it to make money, I'm in it to have a nice agriculture land and try to preserve the land, you know, is what I'm trying to do. I'm just afraid of somebody buying it. You know, but that,
Well, yeah, but so if they're splitting it into 2 lots, then they can't split it into 3 lots. So I mean, that kind of, you know, it kind of bears witness to the fact that they're not trying to do that, you know. And I can't judge the owners of this property on what the owners of other property have done. And there are times where families like Commissioner was saying, the land is passed down from one generation to another, and they say, you know, son, daughter, you know, do with the land as you please. I bought it years ago, and this is what I'm leaving to you. And if they decide, well, I'm going to split it up and sell houses and build houses and make some money off of it because my mom or my dad would have wanted me to do that, then it's their Right, it's their prerogative. And if you say, if you're saying, you know, hey, I've got my 5 acres and I'm wanting to keep it agricultural, it's like more power to you, you know? So I don't think anybody's asking you to sell your land or divide it up or anything like that.
The precedents were,
But the precedence, in my eyes, the
Precedent's
precedence has
already
already
set.
been set because
Already set.
towards the north and towards the south. Yeah, you could do it, you know, and I'm not saying, you know, that this is going to be passed or it's not, or it's going to be not denied right now. We're just getting it. But but what I'm saying is that as far as the semantics or what people are thinking, or, you know, I don't know. We could sit here and talk for hours about it, but we're not going nowhere. So I understand that you don't want them to do that, and I can understand why your reasoning is good. So if is there anything else you would like to say?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chairman, Commissioners, do you mind if I address Mr. Luetta's about his neighbor's letter?
Please.
So, Mr. Luetta's, in the future, if this goes in front of the Board of County Commissioners, will you let your neighbor know to either bring that letter themselves or to mail it to the Planning and Zoning Department? And make sure he signs the letter. I was just notified by Jerry, we do have, Chairman Commissioners, we do have one letter of opposition from George and Sonia Allen. Okay.
Is there anybody else present wishing to speak against this? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record. Which, go ahead, Melissa. Could you bring that up, sir? 2109. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. 2109.
Could you bring that up, Mr. Baca?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay. So I'm just sharing my perspective as a resident and a neighbor. We border the property to the south. I've lived at the property for 7 years. It's a little bit over 2 acres and we are zone A1 when I bought it. So we oppose it because we bought the property to maintain an agricultural way of life. And if they split that lot in two, you're going to increase the number of homes in the area and you'll lose some of that agricultural landscape because of the higher density, which you guys are talking about. So some of the development is inconsistent with agricultural operations, so including noise complaints, land use conflicts, and exposures to more chemicals and pesticides because we have an organic orchard on our land. And any sort of like pesticides, herbicides, different chemicals that they put on the property affects our orchard directly. We're also concerned about the rural infrastructure is not designed to support higher density residential use, so increased demands on the roads, the water systems, congestion, emergency services. We believe this will have a negative impact on our property value because our property value is tied to rural setting and a low density lots. And so buyers seeking rural properties with agricultural activities are going to see that the surrounding areas are residential and that will decrease our property value. It's also going to set a precedent for being able to make changes to any of the lots around us. If you guys are familiar with Highway 314, it was the George Sickler Farms. And Thomas and his family had kept Europa Farms operating for a long time. And so it's always been historically farmland. And like our neighbor Anthony said, this could set a precedent for changing the entire lots around it. So we don't think this really aligns with the historical land use pattern or the shared vision of the community. So we are really concerned about just in protecting the integrity of the rural agricultural lifestyle and maintaining our property values. Plus, Mr. Ramon didn't just come by as neighbors to talk to us and tell us what he was intending. And we think he should have just had a conversation with us to say what he plans to do.
You said your property is 1A, A1?
A1, yes, sir.
Do you irrigate
Yes, sir.
from a ditch,
From the well. We have a
From-
well.
a well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't see any ditches anywhere around any of that.
We do have access to, we could have access to the ditch on the Acequia, but we would have to build a canal through the other property in back of us.
Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to let everybody know, so we do not have A1 zoning in Valencia County. I think you're getting confused with some of the Village of Los Lunases zoning.
Okay.
The zoning for this particular area, for your property as well as the subject property and some of the surrounding ones, is rural residential 2, so RR2 district. And so it allows residential and agricultural uses still.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Begay, you had quite a presentation, and I applaud you for that. But I think that there's a couple things that, because you were concerned about the pesticides and herbicides that may be caused by the agricultural part, because you have
Organic.
an organic garden, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You think that the property values would be lessened due to it being turned into residential, which usually when property is turned into residential, it increases the property value because of the buildings that are being built on it. It's going to make it difficult. Sorry? Oh, it's a change to this property would make it difficult to make changes because it's historically farmland, and historically farmland is not, it's not, you're going to have the pesticides, you're going to have the fertilizers and stuff like that that have been historically put into the ground like that. So it does not align with history and integrity of a rural lifestyle, but yet you have a home on your property.
Yes, sir.
So why would you deny somebody having a home on their property?
I'm not trying to deny them. I'm just giving you my perspective as a neighbor of why I oppose the zone change.
Mhm.
Because now my property is going to now abut 2 homes where the orchard is instead of 1 home.
So you could have neighbors.
Correct. More neighbors.
Could you bring up that property again? You also said that it would be I'm concerned about emergency services being able to get in because of more building on the land, but you're right there. The property in question is right there off of 314. Even if there is a big emergency there, I don't think emergency services are going to be hard to get in there. And I don't think that if there is an emergency on your property, which is located south of the intended property, you're right off of 314. As a matter of fact, according to the picture, and if you could zoom in, Mr. Baca, it looks like your driveway is directly off of 314. So
Correct.
it would be quite easy for emergency services, whether it's fire, rescue, or police, to definitely get in there and help you out. I don't see where.
If I may clarify, I wasn't talking about accessibility of EMS. I was talking about the strain on EMS services for having increased density in the area.
If there's
Because you have more people living there, more demand on E EMS.
How many times do you hear sirens going by on 314 where you live?
Um,
314 is one of the main arteries
Yeah.
in Valencia County. So it's got to be quite,
I don't know, sporadically.
right.
I'm a physician, so I don't really hear sirens and ambulances
Right.
anymore. I kind of
Well,
tune it
thank you
out.
for your profession, because I know that you're a lifesaver and I appreciate that. So,
Thank you.
but so there's a lot of sirens going by, and 314, I don't think by putting 2 more houses on 314, it's going to create a quagmire of traffic that's going to, because people are building all the time.
If I may add, when we bought the property 7 years ago, that whole lot was, I think, 8 acres, and it was mostly being planted in alfalfa.
Mhm.
And so since the time we lived there, we have seen that property get split into 3 lots.
So are you saying that the property in question was connected to 8 Silva Lane, which is the one, you can look at the map right there. So the property in question is the one with the blue, like little flag on there, or
Yeah.
that one? So those 2 were connected?
All 3 were connected.
All 3 were connected?
Yes,
And
sir.
that was 8 years ago?
Yes, sir, when we bought the property. So when we bought the property, it was all connected,
Uh-huh.
and they split it into 3 lots, and they no longer farm alfalfa.
So by your testimony, you're saying that the person that came forward before you has been at that property for less than 8 years?
Yes, sir. So we've seen the changes happening on our property next door, where all the lots are getting split up, and getting smaller and smaller.
Okay, commissioners?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are you?
Yes,
okay?
sir, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Brigade.
Okay, is there anybody else present wishing to come forward and speak against this petition? Now would be the opportunity if anybody would like to step up, come forward, and speak against the petitioner. Hearing none, is there anybody present wishing to come forward and speak in favor of the petitioner? Now would be the opportunity to speak in favor of the petitioner. If you would like to, please step forward. Hearing none, commissioners?
Chairman, Commissioners, would you like me to read the letter that we received on this?
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
And this
Thank
is
you.
an opposition letter. So this is from George and Sonia Allen, located at 2111 Highway 314 Northwest, Los Lunas, New Mexico 87031. Valencia County
Do
Planning
they
and
have
Zo-
standing?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, they do.
Go ahead.
Valencia County Planning and Zoning Commission. Unfortunately, we will be out of town on the 24th of March, 2026, but would like to make our input known relating to zone change number 2026-018. We are opposed to changing the subject property from RR2 to RR1. As a property and homeowner adjacent to the subject property, we feel our input is deserving of serious attention, excuse me. Like other property owners in the area of the subject property, when we purchased our property, the restriction of only being able to have 1 residential dwelling per 2 acres was abundantly clear, as it likely was for the subject property owner. We purchased our property to build our retirement home knowing what the residential density would be in the future. Changing the subject property from RR2 to RR1 negatively impacts us and other property owners in the area who bought property to have a more rural versus suburban property by, number 1, increasing the residential density of the area we decided to retire at. Number 2, being unfair to other current property owners adjacent to the subject property for same reasons listed above. Number 3, establishing a precedence for additional change requests for properties in the same area. Number 4, creating the risk of future property buyers in this area doing the same. Please consider our opposition to this change request and deny zone change number 2026-018. Thank you, George and Sonia Allen.
And what was their address, please?
2111 Highway 314.
So that's no, that's even more. That's like 4 or 5.
It's southwest. It's directly west of Mrs. McGay's property.
Oh, 2111. Okay, yes, I see it. Like catty corner with the cow kick.
Yeah.
And they're
That's it right there.
Yeah, they're asking for agricultural, but, okay. Any other letters,
Chairman Commissioners, no, that was the only correspondence.
commissioners?
Oh, good.
This is not even in my district, but this is the parts that being chair makes it hard. Because I'm going on what my belief system is, and I like to see growth, and I like to see the same, I like to see the same, things afforded one set of people to all people. So, Ramon, would you like to come forward? Do you currently live in Valencia County,
I currently live in Albuquerque.
in Albuquerque?
Yes,
So you're
same.
gonna move from Albuquerque, come down here, you're gonna build a house?
That's the plan. The same reason I believe Anthony mentioned, my parents, my father bought the property to
Mhm.
retire.
Mhm.
Now that they're getting a little bit older, I have to step up. My brother has to step up, and that's the reason why we're trying to subdivide this.
So does your brother live in Valencia County?
He lives in Albuquerque as well,
Okay.
and we're planning to move over here in Valencia County,
Okay,
a little bit
so-
away from the city.
And that's families, you're married?
I'm currently engaged.
Okay, so you're engaged, you
And-
plan to get married. Is your brother
Exactly.
married or engaged or?
Engaged as well.
Okay, so big wedding.
You better wait.
Double
to
wedding.
split- You better wait to split this property if you're getting married.
Just keep it in your own name.
No,
Just
it's
joking,
good.
come on. So, but,
And I mean, I'm currently, I want to pretty much plant there. I currently have 4 or 5 cows right now.
mhm.
Trying to find another property down a little bit more south in order to put those cows there. But that's kind of the plan. I mean, that's the reason. I
Right.
did talk to Baca. He's the one that's right next to, on the, what is it, on the north side of me. He supported this decision. I didn't have the chance to talk to Anthony
Right.
and
So-
Billy, Melissa.
I would make an opportunity to go and talk to your neighbors.
And that's kind of my plan. I just
You know.
been back and forth. I mean,
Right.
from Albuquerque to Los Lunas and.
So,
business.
again, like I said, this is not my district.
No, that's fine.
But because the commissioner had some other things that he actually got hurt, so he couldn't come in. And so then that's where I come in. So looking at this, I see that the precedence has already been made for smaller lots in this area. I think that other people are already living on smaller lots. They've built on smaller lots and they're living on smaller lots. Commissioners, as you know, I'm for growth. I'm for giving everybody a chance. And when I see a nice young man like this that comes forward and they've got a dream and a prayer and they're looking at starting a family and like he said, his father got the land and this was what it was more than 8 years ago. From 50 years ago, people had already decided to use the land like this. And so that sets a precedence in my mind. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve.
Second.
Motion with a second. Any discussion on the motion of the second? Hearing none, call to vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. Ramon, I think you're going to have to go to, no, conditional use goes no further. It's done, right?
Chairman Commissioners, this is a zone change request. So 2 months from now, we will be in front of the Board of County Commissioners for
okay.
that.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to come back in 2 months, go before the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah, that's fine.
And and all the people that were here either for you or against you, they might want to go in there, but it gives you 2 months where you can talk to your future neighbors and maybe get something going together. And, I always say, talk to people.
Yeah,
Because the more you talk to them, the more they talk to you, it makes good for good neighbors and, so. Okie dokie?
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thank you
Tell
guys.
your
for
brother to
coming.
be here next time.
I will.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Ramon. Moving right along. Action item 7C, Zone change 2026-019, District 3, P and Z Commissioner
call me
Moran,
later if you have
Board of
questions.
County Commissioners Sparkman.
Chairman Commissioners, before you this evening is the request for the zone change number 2026-019, District 3, P and Z Commissioner Moran, BOCC Sparkman. Laura Sanchez requests a zone change from Outland District OD to Neighborhood Commercial District C1 with a conditional use to develop an RV park. Legal description, Section 29, Township 7 North, Range 1 East, Lot 2, 10 acres plus or minus, located southeast of Duarte Road and Highway 6. Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031, UPC 1002 038 429 495, followed by 6 zeros, currently zoned Outland District OD. And the applicant is here to present, do a presentation for you this evening, and I do stand for any questions.
The petitioner here, please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record.
Did you still want to do your presentation or the slideshow?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead and
Shouldn't take too
you'll
long.
have to rejoin on Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, Laura Sanchez is my name. Will we need to call in?
What's that?
Will we need to call him in, the other gentleman?
It should still be loaded unless did you completely close everything?
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought everything was still open, sorry.
Okay.
Maybe because it's getting close to 5. Just ask him to be on standby for a few minutes just in case. Are you having any trouble with it or
No,
anything?
just- Thank you all for your time.
Did it let you join the Zoom meeting or is it still pending?
Um,
There it is. It went through now. And whenever you're ready, go ahead and share your screen or
okay. I'm not sure where to.
back into the Zoom meeting.
Where's that at?
It's the one that you just joined. Connected on Zoom. Wherever you joined the Zoom. So share screen.
Right here?
Yes. And then share, you can do entire screen and then pull up the slideshow. Switch over to your slideshow and everyone will be able to see everything that's on your screen. So just so you're aware of that, they are able to see everything.
Okay, perfect. We okay? All right, so just again, my name is Laura Sanchez. Just want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to present this. I am a lifetime resident of Valencia County, so also licensed real estate broker, selling houses for the last 26 years throughout our community, and purchased this land over 20 years ago, just not knowing what was going to happen with our county and our community, but just been seeing it growing by leaps and bounds and whatnot. And so just saw the need or a use and a way to help my community was, we thought the family got together and we're like, hey, what if we create an RV park and an opportunity to help people have a way of maybe not just living, but, you know, people that are working and whatnot to come in and out and have it affordable for people. And the reason we think about that is because my family's here now and we've actually utilized RV parks in our lifetime as a way to, you know, one of my sons went to school, to college in Arizona, couldn't afford the living quarters there, lived in an RV park and was able to get his college degree and whatnot, and then come back home. My other son works with the union. He travels throughout for work and he works in Los Alamos and Hobbs, different areas. Also uses an RV for living quarters because otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to rent or stay where he's at. And not just that, but there's, you know, we have balloon fiestas and other things where commuters might want to come in and out. And I just thought, there's not very many places around here. A lot of them are booked to capacity, have waiting lists, whatnot in the area. And so we thought maybe it would be really nice to add this to our community and have an opportunity to have a nice place to visit or to stay if they were working or just needed a low-income place to live, okay? So this is the ABZ RV Park proposal that I have. It's a modern 10-acre outdoor hospitality hub in Los Lunas, New Mexico, built to meet the growing demand for high-quality RV accommodations near Albuquerque. And my proposal is the development plan. It's an 80 to 100 RV sites. It's optimized for high density and maximum land utilization across the 10-acre footprint. It would be a premium facility, creating a best-in-class destination that successfully serves both short-term overnight travelers and commuters requiring long-term stay solutions. ABZ site layout, it would be strategically designed ABZ footprint to maximize usable space, balancing both individual pad configurations with essential communal and recreational zones. So in other words, I want to have it where there's the RV parks, but I also want to have friendly where there might be a park for like the pets, maybe a little playground for children that are coming. Definitely safety in mind, 100%. I'd like to have it fully fenced, gated, whatnot. So that would be part of it. We'd have diverse parking, efficient back-end parking, and dedicated open site spaces. Also, it'd be an automated access, so automated check-in systems for a seamless guest experience. So that's the ultimate goal of this RV park, is just to have it running, functioning, a great place to stay, a great place to visit. If you're working here locally, that would be another option. So the location, again, it's minutes from I-25, capturing steady pass-through traffic on New Mexico's main north and south artery. It's situated in the Los Lunas submarket, benefiting directly from local industrial expansion. It's ideal for Albuquerque commutes seeking high-quality housing in a convenient location. And it's the location, it's direct access to all the growing stuff we have happening here. Facebook, Amazon, the new Meta Hub, the Valencia County Hospital, restaurant, shopping, historic sites, outdoor recreation. So we have a lot happening in our community right now. So this would just hopefully help alleviate some traffic too, because instead of coming this way, they'd be going west. Okay, so there's a market demand and opportunity. The infrastructure gap, most existing parks are aged or at 100% capacity, lacking essential amenities like high-speed Wi-Fi, clean modern facilities required by today's modern traveling mobile workforce. The commuter crisis, local workforce is increasingly prioritizing safe, reliable mobile living options closer to job sites, moving away from unsafe basic and limited dry lot camping alternatives. There's tourism growth, creating a massive opportunity for operators to capture significant lost local revenue. And we also have a market imbalance where a critical lack of modern high-quality RV site inventory in the Los Lunas region creates immediate untapped development potential for premium focused site operators. The conceptual site plan would be a mix. So to begin the 10 acres, I would request the zone change, of course. We go into a site mix, about 60% pull-through sites to serve quick traveling, while 40% would be a backup site, support long-term stays, creating a balanced mix for efficient turnover and guest comfort. The green space, we would have density enhancing the guest aesthetic and creating relaxing zones throughout the 10-acre park. We'd have a central hub, meaning a main office, amenities, position at the entrance, serving as a secure service anchor to provide immediate support and clear orientation for all guests. And then we would have a designated traffic loop, a one-way 24-foot wide road ensuring safe navigation specifically designed to accommodate the turning radius of the largest Class A motorhomes in the park. And my son has one of those. It's 44 feet and we can't fit it anywhere right now. So we have to be really picky when we go places with it. The premium amenities and park features, definitely again, we'd want a hospitality Wi-Fi, and I know they're upgrading all of that right now, and there's different ways of doing it. So we definitely would have Wi-Fi ensuring reliable high-speed connectivity for remote workers and digital nomads. Definitely would love to have a premium bathhouse, climate control private shower suites, modern restroom facilities, providing hotel quality experience for guests throughout their stay. We would like to eventually have a 24/7 laundry, fully equipped, accessible laundry facility, featuring card payment systems for guest convenience, eliminating the need for coin handling. Again, we talked about the dog and a nice little community, pets, pit area designed to foster socialization and strong sense of community among the guests. And again, the automated security system throughout the park. Phase one that we would like to start with would be the dry camping, just to kind of get things going. We'd clear out the site, level parking services, have access roads, open 40 to 50 sites for dry camping to capture the highway traffic and generate initial revenue. We'd like to have a mobile office on site, 24-hour operation, and then we would launch a marketing coming soon kind of thing. Phase two, that's where we would go through the full hookups. Of course, we need to address the issues I know that are a huge concern, of course, is water. A well, septic, clean outs, trash dumpsters, things like that. So all of that would be incorporated into the phase two full hookup vitality. So again, we would do a reopening, paving, landscaping, the revenue and economic impacts for the park. At the phase one target sites, again, we're looking at about 40 sites. Maybe the price would be about $25 per night per site. That would total about 180,000 in revenue, bringing in about 15,000 in tax contribution. Once we go into full, 80 to 100 sites, phase two target, the nightly rate would increase. Approximately, I just used a number of 65. It might be less to start and then go up from there. But right now at a $65 a night, it would bring in about 1.2 million, bringing in about 95,000 in tax contribution to our community. The development timeline. Of course, we start here, acquisition and zoning. So I already own the property, just a matter of the zoning. Once we get approval there, we will continue with the site prep, then continue with the dry camping, the utility phase, and then eventually by 2027, we're hoping to have it fully operational and a grand opening. And that's everything I have. And I appreciate your time. And if you have any questions?
That's all?
I know. I'm like, ooh, that was a lot, huh? Hope I didn't take up too much time. I think I did it in 5 minutes, right?
It was good.
Okay, thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, I
Did you
missed
miss
it.
something?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah.
She-
Very plentiful. Do you have, are you looking at starting at like an old low-end development? And as you get revenue coming in, moving to the high-end destination park or?
Yes.
And there is a concern with Public Works as to new access that needs to be created to get to the property. Can you show me where that is, where you're accessing it?
Mr.
Okay.
Baca, could you bring the map up, please? Thank you, sir.
And Pete and Teresa Cordova, my parents, they're listed on the property as well. Yeah. Okay, so off of Duarte Road,
Please zoom out a little bit more and get a better perspective. To find us a common denominator there. Highway 6. So this is going out towards Highland Meadows?
so Rivera Road,
Just west of Los Lunas Hill.
I'm sorry?
It's just west of Los Lunas Hill, near where the railroad tracks cut south down into there.
Okay, so you're past the cowboy.
yes, past the
okay.
Cowboy Church.
Okay, I see that now. So, okay, I get it. Yeah. So you're past, so yeah, if you look over here towards the northeast, that's the Amazon or Facebook, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Cool. And so how far off of Highway 6 are you?
So can you see where the little blue dot is? I think
Yes.
that's where the land is, yes. So Rivera Road,
Mm-hmm.
that road, right, yeah. So there's Duarte Road coming off of Highway 6, and then you go east on Duarte Road and the property's right in.
Mr. Baca, could you do a measurement, please?
Chairman Commissioners, do you want a straight line from Highway 6 or do you want following access? Like an eagle flies?
I think I would go like a road access, you know, so go north to south and then south to east.
So about just under 1,500 feet on
Uh-huh.
Duarte Road.
Right?
And then from there, east to the corner of the property,
Another
between 1,300 feet to
So
1,400 feet.
2,800, 2,900,
Half a mile, half
Yeah.
a mile.
half a
Yeah.
mile.
Mhm.
Okay.
And none of these are maintained or county roads. This is something you would have to develop.
I would have to do, yeah.
You have to bring it up. They have to bring it up to county standards, even if it's not a county road.
Chairman Commissioners, I would need her to discuss that with the Road Department and Public Works. I don't know those standards specifically on that, sorry.
I would want it to be really nice, so, yeah, I definitely would want to work with the county road and make sure it's acceptable.
Especially with the bigger RVs. Because
Exactly,
you're talking
yeah,
about a 44 footer,
yes.
you know, you're having room for 44 footers. I mean,
Right.
that's a big RV. So,
Exactly.
you know, you're
yes.
going to want good roads,
Good roads, nice roads, clean,
Yeah.
yeah, keep the dust down,
entrance, egress, all that stuff. so.
absolutely, yeah.
Your projected costs with the road development be indicated.
I'm not sure what, I think I sent in a proposal.
Yeah. Did you want to see a copy of it, Ms. Evans? Yes.
Site prep, probably. Site prep, probably.
Planning.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we have to do the site planning, yeah, so about 20 to 80,000, is that what you're asking?
Okay.
No, that.
No, answer you. Just to clarify, Mr. Baca, we're talking about moving something from Outland District to C1. But under the departmental reviews, it refers to the nearest RR1 district, approximately 1.5 miles east. Does it have something to do with anything?
Give me a second. That maybe is just mistyping. So Chairman Commissioners, I apologize for that. That was just a mistype. It should have read the nearest C1 is east, and you can see here on the map by approximately 1.59. 1.5 is what we rounded it to on the department reviews.
So the nearest
C1, yes, ma'am. I apologize for that.
is 1 foot.
Correct.
So, were this to be approved, it must go through the process of, okay, planning and feasibility. You're talking, you know, 2
Yeah.
years, you know,
Yep.
year and a half, 2 years.
Absolutely, yeah,
And, lots to go through.
right.
And, Mr. Backer, what are some of the steps that the candidate needs to do with you?
So Chairman Commissioner, so what we're looking at here is, because this is a zone change with a conditional use, the conditional use will be considered contingent upon the Board of County Commission's decision on the zone change. If approved, the next steps would be to start the site design process. So at that point, we'd be looking at the standards specifically laid out for RV parks. So minimum of 2 acres, no more than 20 RVs per acre. We'd make sure some of our setbacks are indicated. We would have something indicating where each location of those parked spots or parking spaces are going to be for the RVs. We'd go over additional parking, any additional stuff, just overall site design. We would also work with Public Works on the access here, which the applicant would need to get with the road department, like you had mentioned earlier, to make sure that they're meeting the standards for that access route that it is their responsibility to develop. That would all come up into play during the next stages of the site design review.
So your only way to get water would be to make sure that it's commercial. So you can have a commercial well, or how are you getting water?
So currently it would be dry camping, and then we would definitely need to drill a well,
Commercial.
a commercial well.
wells.
Correct.
The only way you're gonna do that is to get it to be zoned.
Correct.
Well, I think it's very planful. I think it's, your insights are, your instincts are good, and
Thank
that's a
you.
great location for, you know, construction workers coming in and out, or for people who wanna jump on the 40 or get to the 25 or.
Exactly.
So, and
Right.
with the hospital coming up, families may come up to.
A visit or something. Yes.
Very,
Thank you.
but, I don't have any more particular questions at this time, so.
Commissioners?
Is that just, you mentioned a timeline, a year and a half to 2 years, is that going from phase 1 to phase 2?
Yes.
And maybe I'm jumping ahead here, I'm sure P and Z are going to take care of this down the line, but we do require to have screening, fencing, landscaping, all that, that's going to be taken care of through the process.
Correct.
Okay, one of the things I'd be concerned with, and it's not really a voting yes or no type issue, but I want to make sure that the long-term people who stay there, I've seen these RV parks, I've seen the long-term people stay there, they really don't take care of it. I'm reading through the packet, it looks like we could have somebody, a manager there. on site
Absolutely.
Who's going to take care of making sure these people are taken care of.
Correct. Yes, no, I want it to be upscale. Yeah, definitely upscale. So nice, clean, and yes, functioning, and I want it to be capacity. So yeah. Yes, definitely.
That's quite an investment for the county,
It
to
is.
the county, as far as looking at that.
Thank you.
Congrats.
And Chairman Commissioners, on that point, I just want to point out that the property owner of the RV site is still responsible for the maintenance of that lot. So any public nuisances as far as excess weeds, junk, things along those lines, that is the property owner's responsibility still. And there needs to be something in place for that. So that would be part of what we would look at in addition with the site design review.
Commissioners?
I'm good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moran, may I? So, Sanchez, so you kind of answered the question, but I'm looking for a little bit more of an answer. So is it going to be a residential RV park, or is it going to be a recreational / tourist RV park? What do you think your main user is going to be?
I think it's going to be a mixture of both. So I foresee it being people that are commuting here, like you said, the hospital's there, maybe people are traveling to visit their family members. the balloon fiestas, things like that. But there's also infrastructure going on all around us with the new buildings being built, the hospital, Amazon workers, things like that. So we're going to have some permanent people in there, but we're also going to have temporary. So I have the back end lots for the permanent and then the drive-through lots for the temporary.
So are you going to be charging like on a daily, a weekly, a monthly
I'm going to do
rate?
both. I'll have a daily rate, I'll have a weekly rate, and I'll have a monthly rate.
Okay. And so we talked about the amenities a little bit, and you talked, or I should say that you had mentioned some of the amenities like laundry and
Yes.
even a dog park and stuff like that. And if you look at the design that you have in your packet,
Correct?
the rendering, it's very ambitious. It's very ambitious, knowing that you're out there in the middle of
Highway 6.
Highway 6,
Right.
a half a mile off of Highway 6,
Right.
So the rendering is very ambitious, but you're showing, the surrounding area with trees and
Right.
stuff like that. And you said that it would be in your plans later on to get a commercial well, and for 10 acres and for that amount of people that would be coming in, I think that would be close to one of the first things that you'd probably look forward to.
Right.
But also, as you were talking about the utilities, the recreational zones, I can't read that, and security, tourism, stuff like that. And, but those in your plan are like steps 9 and 10 and 11, whereas those are like 2 years out. So I think that some of those things would need to be brought up as more of a requirement earlier on, because security being way out there would probably be.
No, security would be first thing, actually.
Right, paramount. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
because, I'm definitely all about security and I
Right.
want, I definitely want, the first thing I would do is put a fence all the way around because I don't want anybody in there. Have gates and have 24-hour security.
Right.
Even if we have to hire someone to be there 24 hours a day,
Right,
people
okay.
like
So
that,
I just
yeah.
wanted to kind of,
No, definitely.
Clarify that.
Security would be first and foremost. And we've even talked about, I know that there's companies out there that haul water in.
Mhm.
So if we needed to do that, maybe installing the septic system, getting all that set up, and then having people haul water in. If we needed to do that as part of even the dry camping, just well, we're progressing. And then once we start progressing further and further.
right. But I'm just saying that
Yeah.
during the presentation, it seemed like you were kind of putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse
I hope
on some
not.
of the issues. And I was like, wow,
No.
that's,
Yeah.
it sounds great, but,
Yeah.
show me that you can do that. And
Right.
and then like in the rendering, you've got in the southeastern part, you've got the pond, and it's like, you're going to put a pond out there. I mean, the amount of water,
So,
because it's.
yeah, and I would like to, but it might need to be replaced by a septic system,
Right.
where it says pond. So this is just my dream, but
Right.
if I have to be flexible. And I know I need to accommodate certain things. I need to have a place for a dumpster. I need to have a place for, I'm still not sure if I want to do that, but once we start doing the whole development, but maybe for the meantime, have a place where they could actually drain the system, the sewer, whatnot. So there's a lot that's going to need to be involved, and all of this needs to be flexible, where I might not have as many sites as I wanted to, or,
Right.
things like that.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because according to the site plan, and I know that this is just,
Preliminary.
but the way I counted it was you've got 89 parking spots right there as it is. But those are only counting what looks to me like nominal RVs, maybe 18 footers, 20 footers or something like
Right.
that. But like you're saying, like with your son, I think it was that he's got a 44 footer.
Correct.
And you're like, so yeah, we really want to, have bigger spots. Well, then that's going to knock that number from 89 down.
Absolutely.
And with
yeah.
the site plan the way it is, I don't see where you would put a 44 footer. So I know that this isn't this is what you're dreaming about.
Right.
But dreams and
Gotta be
reality
flexible.
sometimes,
Right.
so but I just wanted to mention that so that nobody would get confused over that, because
Okay.
so I'm not saying that it's an impossibility or that's but I'm just saying I want to reiterate that this is what you're showing, but your plans are a little bit different from what you're
It
actually
could be. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
because the pond, I think, you know, hey, I would love to see a pond.
I know, me
So
too.
that'd be great, but
See, that's the difference. And I wasn't thinking you were actually gonna put in a pond. I thought it required ponding area.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I thought.
And it
Maybe,
might
maybe
be,
in your
yeah.
site design, you're
It-
gonna
it
have
could
to have a
be, yeah.
ponding area.
Yeah.
So, but all of that will be done with the county on your
Absolutely.
site design review.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is just a, set a dream.
Yes.
Or a sample.
and
Okay.
that's what I was saying is I know that, but I just don't want like the public or anybody like to see that, and because everybody has access to it, and they're like,
Right.
oh wow, that's, you know, you got like orchards and stuff going all around it. It's like, wow, that's you know, so, and your orchards are actually going off the property, so it's like your neighbors are like, yeah, they're gonna plant.
Yeah.
But it's very ambitious, but you know, you've done your homework. It looks really nice. So
Thank you.
I applaud you for that. Commissioners?
Good.
Okay, if
you.
you want to have a seat, and
Okay.
we'll move on from here. Is there anybody present wishing to, is there anybody present who is in favor of the petitioner? Now's your time. Please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Brian Sanchez.
Any relationship?
This is my mother.
What a good boy. Good boy. That's my mom. Every mother out there watching is proud of you. Don't get nervous though.
I bet he gets dinner after this.
Okay, so I just want to say I work for a septic pumping company, and I'm around this town a lot. I especially up there in Meadow Lake and El Cerro Mission, and lately I've been seeing camper trailers behind everybody's houses. Literally, we're driving down the road to Meadow Lake. There's one house with a trailer. Well, it's not a house, it's a trailer house. And they've got 13 camper trailers around the house. And there's been another couple places where we're pumping the septic tank and they have a bad drain field, and they're telling us that they're gonna hook up a pipe to drain the campers into their septic tank. And they don't even have a good working drain field. So I seen that as like a real big problem. And if we incorporated a place for all these people to take their campers instead of putting it in their relatives' backyards, it would make our community look a little nicer. You know what I mean? And just seeing that all over the place kind of worried me. So that's when I brought up the idea of creating an RV park to my mother and utilizing that 10 acres on Highway 6 and getting a lot of the traffic and stuff from this side of town going back that way. Because when I'm traveling in the septic truck up and down Main Street, it takes us 2 hours sometimes to get across the freeway. And that is ridiculous. So that's just what I had to say.
All right.
That good enough? Commissioners, anything?
No, thank you.
No? Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else present wishing to come forward and speak in favor of the petitioner? Now's your time to come forward and speak in favor of the petitioner. Is there anybody present wishing to speak against the petitioner? If you wish to speak against the petitioner, now is your time. Hearing none, commissioners?
We received anything in, by email or?
Chairman, Commissioners, no correspondence for this request.
I like it. I like it. I think it's ambitious, but I was very impressed with Ms. Sanchez's presentation. And this is something that, you know, she's invested in this like over 20 years ago, I think is what she said. And so I like that ambition. And I think that her presentation was really nice.
I agree.
When she broke it down into the different stages and stuff.
Yeah.
We clarified you know, how that was going to go about. And she seems to be extremely intelligent. And, you know, this is what I
That's
like
a
to see in the community. So,
Major financial commitment. That's why
Yes.
it's in phases like
yeah,
that, which
yeah. And
makes sense.
she definitely thought it out. I mean, you
Mhm.
know, so, and with young son who is right there, you know, backing his mom, you gotta say, wow. You gotta say, I say, wow. You say, wow?
Well, I think
We
there's
say,
a
wow.
need.
We are in agreement.
There is a need.
So, but this is not my district.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the request. Zone change 2026-019 from Outland District to Neighborhood Commercial C1.
Hold on, with the conditional use.
The condition.
With the conditional use to develop an RV park.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion and a second? Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote? Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. All right. Moving right along. Now, Ms. Sanchez, you understand that this is going to go to the Board of County Commissioners, and then you'll have to come and do this again. But I think you're a shoo-in. If you talk like that in front of them, I think that they're going to. I can't promise you, but. All right.
They're easier over there.
Yeah. They're easier. So thank you again for coming in. Okay, so we're going to go to action item 7. Does anybody need a break or anything? Would you like a break? Okay. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sounds good.
So if we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and if anybody needs to
Steal you.
use the services or grab a water or something like that, so so do I have to gavel us on the break or no?
Hey, this is the first time we've taken one. I'm not sure on that. I actually don't know.
Okay, 5-minute break. That's it. Go ahead.
So have you read this new Senate Bill 96
Wow.
for
Yeah.
child care? Anyways, essentially, I refer to this primarily for my HOA, but I cannot prohibit the operation or collective fee or anything for somebody who wants to come in on my rural residential lots and do a child care, and neither can you. And you can't stop them.
So.
And this is all new and it's effective July 1st. And yes.
Specific limitations?
Yes,
stuff
absolutely.
listed?
Yep.
So we might have to actually update. our
Yes,
ordinance
you
specific
have to
that.
do it, right? So it talks about the compliance with the state, the compliance with all this important stuff.
Awesome.
That's yours. And then
it did
this-
get approved?
Yep,
passed?
that's a passed effective, like I said, whoops. Yep,
Oh, nice.
effective July 1st, so you don't have a lot of time, up and skipping and jumping. And it has more than just childcare. It has for taking care of an elderly. If you want to open up, like, and I can see this in Tierra Grande because we have a lot of older people, that somebody wants to come in and have a daycare for elderlies.
Oh, okay.
You got to let them do it. I got to let them do it, even if it's zone rural residential. So now this is the actual funding law that lady was getting the money from the last case from the state to take care of her children.
Yes.
This is the funding mechanism for
Oh,
both of
okay.
those, but that's the law that you got to change the rules. And
Go through it and I'll sit down with Adrian and Gabe.
yeah, so, but any HOA, I can't even do it. So I'm going to depend on you to do it.
So do you guys have it listed specifically in your covenants that it's a restriction or anything?
Yeah, you can have it's a commercial property. You can't have it, it would have to be zoned commercial and we can't do it.
And is this specific to like home occupations where it's within
Yep.
their home, or is this?
Yeah,
specific
you can
to-
do it either way.
Oh, okay, even if it's just a standalone?
If somebody come,
daycare?
yes,
Oh, wow.
mhm, that's my impression. So, yep. So you also know what I can't do, but I'm going to depend on you to set the rules. Yep.
Get with the attorneys. We will
Okay.
start drafting up what we need to do on the ordinance.
Yeah, so I think most of the highlights were for me, but I think some of them I highlighted for you. That'll be a change for us here.
The possibility.
Yep.
All right. Thank you for the homework.
Okay, anytime. So. Yeah, they get these things in pretty quick and then you just, and so like twice a year, we go through all the laws that passed and see, and anything that's related to the HOA is what I'm interested in. But when I read through this, I said, oh, yes, probably. Ah.
Feel like more like yeah. Oh, okay, you look alike. I was like, what's going on here?
I have to say, it was funny when you called me because the cleaning lady was at the office and I had to go outside to hear you. And you said, where are you? I said, I'm outside.
We thought you were out here. Yeah.
Like outside there. And I'm like,
I was telling everybody, they're like, where's Susan? I was like, I just talked to her, she said she's outside, so I'm like, you know, so. I think the time is going, I'm like, I better call her. I was like, hey, Susan, she goes, getting ready for the meeting.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, well, we're starting and what? So, I felt bad because like.
3 o'clock, not 5 o'clock. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm glad there's a lot of police on the highway.
That 5 minutes, are we good to go or?
Yeah.
So, we adjourn? Are we ready to?
Yeah.
Adjourn? Adjourn, not adjourn,
Start again.
reconvene. I knew it, see, I knew it. Are we live?
Chairman Commissioners, yes, we are live and ready to start again when you are.
Reconvening, today's, Valencia County Planning and Zoning Commission for Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. This is reconvening after a 5-minute break. So moving right along, we're going on to the next action item, correct? Action item 7D. Conditional use 2026-020, District 3, P&Z Commissioner Moran, Board of County Commissioner Sparkman. Mr. Baca?
Chairman Commissioners, before you this evening is the request for the conditional use 2026-020, District 3, P&Z Commissioner Moran, BOCC Sparkman, Kayla Otis and Hippie Trout LLC request a conditional use to operate a vertically integrated cannabis micro business, allowing the manufacturing and packaging of cannabis products in addition to the current cultivation activity. Legal description, Tract 7A2A, 0.67 acres, Tract 6, 5.16 acres, Tract 7A1, 3.44 acres, Section 31, Township 5 North, Range 2 East, total 9.27 acres, map 105, 2005 revision, also known as 478 Horales Road, Belen, New Mexico 87002, UPC 1007 025 505 440, followed by 6 zeros, currently zoned Rural Residential District 2, RR2. And the applicant does have a representative here to present to you guys today, and I stand for any questions.
And the representative has been certified with letter?
Correct. Chairman
Okay.
Commissioners, that is correct.
Would the petitioner please step forward, sign in, and state your name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Lopez. I'm sorry if that's too loud. For the address, do you want the business address or my personal home address?
In this case, as the representative, it's going to be up to you, whatever you prefer.
Okay. So thank you for clarifying that. This is, I guess, commercial already, and we're going for conditional use. Is that correct?
Says it's RR2.
It's RR2.
Isn't that what you said?
I'm sorry, I missed the question. What was that?
So when I met with the Conservancy District, there was a lot that they had marked out for commercial.
Oh.
So I'm not sure exactly like what's commercial.
It says RR2, Rural Residential 2.
Rural
You're
residential.
asking for Kayla Otis and Hippie Trout LLC is requesting a conditional use to operate a vertically integrated cannabis micro business, allowing the manufacturing and packaging of cannabis products in addition to current cultivation.
Yes, so we had already had a license from the CCD to manufacture, and it expired. So when we went to renew, they told us that we had to come see you to get additional approval. So that's why we're here today. So currently we expired yesterday, so we're currently like not in business at the moment. So, but just so you guys are aware, for manufacturing, we are just rolling joints. So there's no like heavy machinery going on. There's no chemicals being used. And we do also shoot vapes, which also doesn't require anything like that as well. So it's just the harshest chemical we use is alcohol with a paper towel to clean our glass. That's really the harshest thing we ever use for the manufacturing part. So do you guys have any questions? Like I found out about this yesterday. I'm the general manager, so I'm trying to figure out as we go.
But you're here as a representative
Yes, sir.
for the people that are
Yes.
running it to impress us.
Okay.
I do have a question first before you
Yes.
start. So if you weren't looking to package products, which is to allow manufacturing and packaging of products, you could just have renewed your license for growing and not come to us. Is that
I'm
what
sorry,
I understand?
we could have renewed for what?
Chairman Commissioners, that's correct. So in this situation, Hippie Trout is currently licensed for production at this location. This request is to make it a vertically integrated cannabis establishment at this specific location, which their secondary license would allow them to do the manufacturing, which would include packaging, and like you said, rolling joints, doing
Well,
the other
I
stuff.
just, like I said, I'm a little confused because up until yesterday, we had a license from the CCD.
And was that for manufacturing
Yes,
at this location?
yes.
So is that a problem for us?
So that's kind of why I'm like confused as far as like, how did this come about? So why did we not deal with this last year? This is kind of where I'm at.
Right, I mean, that he has the manufacturing license.
Yeah, we already had a manufacturing
But if
license.
it's late, but if it's expired, you're not.
Yeah,
right?
yes. It expired yesterday, so I had to send everybody home and
So,
Are we talking zoning, not licensing?
Well, Chairman Commissioners, so in order to be able to do multiple licenses for cannabis, it's got to go through a conditional use. How long has the manufacturing been taking place there? Was it a?
from what I understand,
significantly
it's been 2
pre-existing?
years. I have two licenses from the CCD that say manufacturing.
And do you have a business registration that reflects that with the
Yeah.
county that states manufacturing as
Yes.
well?
hmm
Uh,
I didn't bring those with me. They're on the wall still. But yes.
Chairman Commissioners, do you mind giving me a moment? Let me see if I could pull up some licensing and see what the application states
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
There may have just been some.
And I apologize for the confusion. I just didn't know exactly what we were doing here. But after kind of going through this, it looks like it's a zoning issue
Are you
for,
manufacturing now?
I'm sorry.
Are you manufacturing or growing right now?
We are growing. We do have a producer's license still, so we're still growing, but we're not manufacturing because yesterday it expired, so I had to send everybody home. We literally shut everything down yesterday.
Shame on you for letting it expire.
I didn't know about it, so I apologize. I've been with the company for 14 months, and I just took over as a general manager about 6 months ago. So I'm tackling these problems as they come and really trying to get ahead of everything. So I know you guys visited us last year about the property that actually is called zoning. When you bring it up, I'll show it to you. That was like, had been overgrown with weeds. So like that kind of stuff, I'm taking care of this time around. I'm making sure that the yard is clean, the property's maintained, and there's no like heavy traffic other than UPS or FedEx that comes to
so
visit.
you
us.
got cited by code enforcement?
Yes. Well, they didn't cite us. They came by with a, hey, you guys need to do something about this.
Okay,
And which I did, obviously.
so I'm gonna go back to, while he's looking this up. So you had been licensed for manufacturing.
Yes.
You said you had 2 licenses.
Yes, I have
One's
last year's
growing.
and then the following year, or the previous year, I'm sorry.
Right, growing and manufacturing means the same thing?
I'm sorry.
Does growing
No.
and manufacturing mean the same?
No, I'm sorry. Growing is the production.
Growing.
Yes.
So you had growing, that's one license,
Mhm.
and you had manufacturing, that's the other license.
Yes, ma'am.
The manufacturing has expired.
Yes, as of yesterday.
So,
And the reason what happened was we tried to reapply, so get our license renewed, and they told us that we had to come see you guys. So that's kind of why we're here.
There's no grace period on that, huh?
There was no grace period.
Wow.
I think they gave us a 30-day extension, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
You had your grace period.
But on that date, we set the appointment, and this was the earliest one that we could get.
I don't believe that they give you a 30-day.
I'm sorry?
I do not believe that they give you a 30-day.
Can I show you with my phone, sir? I actually have the email.
No, if you can get it printed out and then you can.
Yeah, I
give
can
it
do that.
to One of our representatives and they can show us.
Sure.
So, but can you do that like right now?
Can I connect to your printer?
yeah, you can email it to me.
Email it to you? Would you like it in email?
When you're ready, yeah. And Ryan's looking for the folder, so just take your time.
All right. I get quite a few emails. forward here the whole message.
So Melissa, I don't know.
They used to have little trash cans under here.
Yes.
That's all right.
At Valencia, NM.
She's got one.
Huh?
She's got one.
And like New Mexico.
Did you throw that for me? Thank you.
Would you put that in your trash? Is that a trash can right
Yep.
there? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So I apologize. I thought this was a renewal, not gonna go this route. So
The renewal will come from the state. So this is where you're asking permission to get into the business.
yes,
And that,
And to do something
or get back
additional.
into the business.
Yeah,
Because according
exactly.
To what you're saying, you guys are out of business.
Yes, sir.
At this moment.
yeah. At this
So,
moment, yes,
and
sir,
this
we
is
are.
Going to take a process. So
Yeah.
my concern now is that. Go ahead, Commissioner Moran.
Well, so your past license was just for manufacturing, and now you have to go through the process of relicensing, and you need it to be manufacturing and packaging.
It was
Yes.
previously just production.
It was previously just production.
Yeah,
right?
so Chairman Commissioner, so I was able to pull up the current licensing that we do have for this particular property. It does state specifically for the description of business activities, cannabis cultivation company that grows medical and recreational cannabis indoors and outdoors to be sold wholesale to local dispensaries. The only CCD license that we have, that we have associated with this specific production is for the production. We do not currently have a CCD license for manufacturing, and we do not have anything showing approval for manufacturing currently.
So when I logged in this morning, we use BioTrack to track everything.
Mm.
When I logged into BioTrack, we have a manufacturing side and a production side. This morning, the manufacturing side disappeared.
Okay, sir. I'm
Yes,
going
sir.
to give you some good advice right now.
Yes, sir.
And you're not in my district, but I'm going to give you some good advice.
I appreciate
I would
it.
be very careful about what you say,
Okay.
because what you're saying right now
Mhm.
is you're not being very careful.
Okay.
What we have on record and what you're saying are two different things.
Okay. Well, I'm
Okay.
definitely not trying to be dishonest or anything.
No, I'm not saying that you are. And
Yeah.
like you said, you've only been there 14 months.
Mm-hmm.
You're the general manager. You kind of got thrown into this. But I would think that as 14 months as a general manager, you would have a better grasp of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what you're saying does not jive with what is going on.
I understand.
And Chairman Commissioners, so even in the proposal letter, for the reason for the requested manufacturing license will allow Hippie Trout to expand operations to meet growing consumer demand and for professionally manufactured compliant cannabis products. So based on everything we've received and discussed so far, before putting it on the agenda for this, that there was strictly only production taking place
Right.
at this property. There
Mm-hmm.
was
Right.
was not any approval for any sort of manufacturing at this
Right.
location.
And you've already testified that you guys are manufacturing, and that's not good.
Well, not anymore. And
But you were.
well, like I said, I have a license. I don't understand how I have a license without going through you guys first.
Okay. I'm trying, but go ahead. Commissioner, this is yours.
So we're looking at, forget about the past stuff, we're looking at a new license to manufacture and package cannabis products. Will you be selling them directly from your facility, or will you have distributors?
We use a distributor. It would be Moth Distributing to take it to our customers.
And approximately how much do you anticipate being able to produce or manufacture and package?
In pounds,
In pounds, in
approximately 10,000 per year.
per year?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times a year do you cultivate?
Once,
Once, just once?
just once. We do an outdoor grow.
Go ahead. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, correct. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, that was the email I
Looking
received
for
about a week
conditional
ago
use
from my
from
mail.
us so we can get the license. We don't care about the license, we just care about the conditional use.
Correct.
I guess. I apologize. I know there's some confusion. I do apologize.
It's not as zoning.
And Chairman Commissioners, we're looking specifically at what is approved for the land use of this property.
Right,
So we're looking at how the
conditional.
land is being used
Yep.
specifically. And in this case, they currently are allowed the production and the growth of the cannabis. This request is to add to that and be able to also do the manufacturing as stated.
You gotta give us a second. I want
No
all the
problem.
commissioners to read this.
I understand. And like I
Because-
said, I apologize. I didn't mean to come across like I was trying to lie to anybody. I
Okay.
did definitely not trying to do that at all.
And no comments until everybody gets to read it, okay?
That from the state?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's from the State Regulatory Commission.
And then we're gonna give that to Mr. Baca and have him enter it into the packet. Is that okay, Mr. Baca?
Yes.
I may have access to the actual previous license. They may have gotten emailed to me. Do you mind if I look
Yeah.
for it?
Send.
Well, if you could just give us a second right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One time 30-day.
Everybody, all the commissioners read that?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the 30-day extension started last month and it ended yesterday,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
So you have no license.
Correct.
You cannot
said that.
produce, you cannot manufacture, you
Well,
cannot.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we do still have a production license, just not the manufacturing license.
I know what I read. But your 30-day extension was from last month
Yes, sir.
and it ended yesterday.
Mhm.
That's what I read.
Chairman Commissioner, do you mind if I come approach? Can I come speak with
Please.
you on something real
Please
quick?
do.
I sent you the license for the previous one as well.
Oh, okay.
The actual license.
See that again when you're done? May have missed something, what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So this is. Okay, so just. Okay, so just come right out and do it, right? Okay. So if. This is something that I wasn't.
Oh,
Mhm.
Okay. Um, Commissioner Moran, I don't like to do this, but I'm going to step in on this one. Okay. So I'm going to go for an immediate table of this. We're going to table it. You as the person who was put in charge to come forward, I think that some of the information that you're having or that you should have, you don't have.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you an opportunity, but we will take the hit on this. We are going to table this because there's some information that we need to clarify as well.
Okay.
The letter that you had us look at, we need to clarify that.
Okay.
And we need to clarify some other stuff. So perhaps this shouldn't have come to us this soon. I know that it's going to hurt you or your business, but it's not us hurting your business. It's you guys, somewhere along the line, there was a failure, but that failure is not on the county.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, and I would really I would take this opportunity to go back and review what you are doing, what you have done, and what you plan on doing.
Okay.
Because everything that you say here is, it's.
I understand.
Okay.
And I apologize. I'm just trying to be as honest as I can with the information that I have.
Right. So that's why I'm gonna take the hit on this. The county, we're gonna take the hit on this,
Okay.
but we're doing it really for you. So
I appreciate, I want to do things right. So I appreciate that. I really do.
But I would recommend that before you do anything more with hippie trout and all that stuff, that you get your numbers and your everything in order.
Okay.
So first thing in the morning, I would be calling everybody saying, what can we do? What can't we do? And, and get it in writing.
Okay.
Okay. So then the next time you come before us, because you missed out on a lot of opportunities.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I don't want you to say anything further. And we have to do some investigation into this as well. So it's giving our team, which is the greatest team ever, the opportunity to do that investigation for your benefit.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to table this. Do I need a vote on that?
Chairman Commissioners, yes.
Okay. So I wish to table this on extenuating clarification. And I hope that the commissioners understand that. So I need a motion.
Didn't you just make one?
I make a motion. Okay, motion with a second. Any discussion on the motion in a second? Extenuating circumstances is the petitioner does not have the correct information that he should have. We can't be going back and forth getting that information. The information that is coming is a little benign in what its relevance is to the case, or it's a little bit uninterpretable to what.
It's vague.
It's very vague. And so instead of us making a decision on that, I feel that it is to our advantage to take the opportunity and the time to have our team here with community development do ample investigation and get us the right stuff. So I think it negates what this packet is. And that's why.
Agree.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I would make one other comment is in a brief description of the request, your request for manufacturing license. And then you went on to say for the purpose of rolling joints and filling vape. But this one is for the manufacturing and packaging of cannabis products, which is a little broader. Right now, in this, you've restricted yourself.
I see.
So I would say make sure you say request for manufacturing and packaging of cannabis product, whatever.
Packaging.
Okie dokie. Any other questions, comments?
If I may ask, is there something that I should be aware of that we're missing?
No.
Chairman Commissioners, if you or yourself or Kayla could contact me tomorrow or later this week at some point, and we can kind of discuss a little further of what we're looking at and kind of where we need to move forward on the next steps. And we can, Ryan Bach, I have a card here as well, if you'd like.
And I'll say the letter is very vague. So that's
Okay, you can have a seat because we're tabling it. So
Okay.
thank you, sir.
Thank
I
you guys.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
We
All right.
do still need a vote on that, Chairman.
Right. So any other discussion? There's a motion to table with the second. Is there any more discussion? Hearing not, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote? Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
That's the table.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublet, how do you vote?
Yes. All right, moving right along. Action 7. E, variance 2026-021, District 5, P and Z Commissioner Chavez, Board of County Commissioner Berry.
Chairman, Commissioner.
Mr. Baca, go ahead.
Chairman, Commissioners, before you this evening is a request for the variance number 2026-021, District 5, P and Z Commissioner Chavez, BOCC Berry. James Farrell requests a variance of 43 feet to the accessory structure setback requirements of 60 feet to construct a shed with a setback of 17 feet from Georgia Street. Legal description: subdivision El Dorado Estates, Lot 14, Block F, Unit 3, 0.43 acres, C58, UPC 1008-035-260-099, followed by 6 zeros, also known as 4428 Georgia Street, Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031, zoned rural residential district 2, RR2. And Mr. Farrell, the applicant, is here to present to you today. This one is one that came up. The individual submitted a construction permit. It was noted that his setbacks weren't met. He reviewed it and decided that this was the option he wanted to go with, is to request that variance at the setbacks. And the applicant is here today.
Could I have the petitioner please step forward, sign in, and state your name for the record?
My name is James Farrell. Okay, Mr. Baca, do you have the plot in the packet? Yes. And it.
Yeah, go ahead and present to the chairman of the board. And if you want something presented up on the screen or anything, just ask him if we can present it and he'll let me know if he wants us to or not. But your presentation will be directed towards the commission.
I understand.
Thank you,
This is my
sir.
First time.
Not a problem.
One of these, so. Yeah, my wife and I live at 4428 Georgia Street in Los Lunas. We've got a little half-acre lot, 0.43 acres, something like that. And we'd like to put a shed to store my tractor in on the side.
A little closer to the microphone. Thank you.
For one, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We bring that up on the overhead.
Okay, anyway, the shed's going to require a proposal of variance of 43 feet from the applicable 60-foot setback requirement from the adjacent road, Georgia Street. We're on a corner lot, so the front of my house is on Georgia Street, and the side of my house is on Georgia Street. Now, the proposed shed will be positioned 17 feet from the property line at its closest point and 20 feet from the property line, even with the front of the existing metal building.
You can look at that if you want. That's your house right there?
You can see there's a metal building already there.
Yeah, just push that little silver button.
There's an existing metal building here,
Mhm.
solar panels.
Mhm.
We're proposing to put the shed on the side of this, 12 by 20. It would be even with that building. Would be 17 feet at the closest point to my property line. From the edge of the shed, it would be 30 feet to the edge of the road. And as you can see, there's already a building there, so I'm sure there's a question in your mind about
Yeah, I was
About
going to
that.
ask what the distance is from that building.
that building is 25 feet to my property line, 20 feet to the property line. And that was put there in 2008 by me. And I came to the Valencia County Courthouse and got a permit. Here it is. That's when the state and the county were together. And I thought I was in good shape till I requested to put that shed up. So I am before you here requesting a variance.
Mr. Farrell, thank you, first of all, for coming forward. You had a permit for the original structure, and now you just want to place this other structure next to it. And tell me right now how this is like posing a hardship to try to put it somewhere else. What's the practical difficulties, the geographic, the topographic, and the physical barriers or conditions that would prevent you from putting
Yeah,
this up?
The special circumstances peculiar to this property, the property is small, at 0.4943 acres. I've seen both on the county stuff. Limiting viable placement options for accessory structures while maintaining functionality. The property is part of El Dorado Estates subdivision, which has many 0.5 acre lots predating current zoning standards. The lot size and configuration, such as the road being on two sides of the property, and constraints due to well, septic, power, and gas locations of this and surrounding properties, severely limit additional suitable locations. This is not a self-created hardship, but results from the property's physical characteristics and prior approved development. We feel that strict application would deprive reasonable use. Enforcing the full 60-foot setback, prevent the addition of the shed in a practical location adjacent to the existing permitted building, rendering it difficult to efficiently store and access farm equipment. The property's agricultural and residential use is what the rural residential zoning encourages. And we believe this would denying it would impose unnecessary hardship by exposing our valuable equipment to weather damage. And the zoning 154.105, it says opportunities for small scale or intensive farm activities compatible with low density rural residential uses shall be encouraged in rural residential districts. And we farm hay on land, rural residential land, within a half mile of this property, and that tractor is used to do that. And that property is completely undeveloped, only used for farming. We could not put a structure on that property. It would be vandalized. There's nobody over there. So we think the shed, it'll be used solely for equipment storage with no impact on traffic, visibility, safety, or aesthetics beyond the existing structure. It will not alter the neighborhood's character, as the property is in a rural residential area where agricultural accessory structures are common. No adverse effects on adjacent properties or the public are anticipated, and it promotes the ordinance's intent to promote reasonable land use without undue restriction. The existing 30 by 40 shop has been in place since 2008, and no adverse effects on the neighborhood have been noted. And I did talk to several neighbors. I don't know where letters went out, but I found no objections to the ones that I talked to. There's one gentleman that lives directly across. He lives right there. And he has no problem with looking at that. And he is the most affected. Open it up for questions from you guys.
Mr. Fair, thank you very much for coming forward. A lot of people will construct these things without approval, then neighbors will complain, then it costs you even more money to try to go through a process like this later on, especially if it's disapproved. So thank you for doing the right thing.
Yeah.
If something like this were to be approved, the construction of this shed or shelter next to the shed, it'll match the current shed?
Yes, can I show an example? It will be the same colors. And it's really one of those, it's a little fancier than one of those carports that you see put up all over the place. But this is a lean-to type. Is it okay if I show a diagram? It will be against the
Yes,
side of
lean
that.
to.
Excuse me?
And that'll match the current structure, color-wise?
Yes.
It's not going to be a eyesore to the neighbors?
No, I ordered the same color as brown and white as that.
Okay, okay.
Is it going to be attached to that existing structure?
It's going to be as close as I can get to it, but not connected.
Okay.
My question, Mr. Vaca, is what is that 60-foot easement for?
Chairman Commissioners, in a rural residential zoning, all accessory structures have a 60-foot setback from the edge of any right-of-way, any road right-of-way. So it's strictly two accessory structures. The home or a residence in this zoning has a 30-foot setback. So at the time when they were writing this, I wasn't part of it, but it's my understanding that forces property owners to keep the primary use as residential to the forefront of the property, and it kind of pushes those accessory structures a little behind, keeping them accessories and secondary to the primary use of the land, which is the residence.
Right. But him being on a corner lot with the road going around both, the two sides.
Yeah,
it makes it hard for him.
And that
But
is
there's
unique to his property.
But there's no like utility, it's not a utility easement or anything that would be controversial to, make it.
So Chairman Commissioners, nothing that I came across during my research showed that specifically. We might want to ask the applicant if he's aware of any utility easements, any utility lines running through that northern part of your property.
Utility easement. There's a pole here.
On this map,
Utility easement
shows.
there.
Okay, I was just looking along the northern parts.
What about anything underground?
The gas line is over here. And I don't believe there's anything else underground. The gas line runs down this road here. We've been there since that gas line was put in. I don't know where it goes from there. It probably goes straight across that house.
Mr. Baca, could you zoom out so I can get a better understanding where this is at? I'm sorry. Okay, so that's Rio Grande, that's BNSF. Now zoom back in
And that's Miller Road to the north above up here, the state farm.
right.
Juan P. Sanchez Road borders.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, okay, now I know what we're talking about. Here's right.
Yep. I have no further questions. Anybody else have any questions?
Okay, go ahead and have a seat and we'll call you back up in here in a second. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak in favor of the petitioner, now is the time to do that. Again, if there's anybody that would like to step forward and speak in favor of the petitioner, now would be the time. Hearing none, is there anybody wishing to speak against the petitioner? Now would be the opportunity to come forward and speak against the petitioner. Hearing none, Mr. Baca, do we have any letters or anything?
Chairman Commissioners, there was no correspondence for this request.
Okay. So, commissioners,
I make a motion to approve.
do we have discussion first?
I don't.
Guess not.
Well, this is your district. This is, one of your constituents. And so it may be a good idea to say, well, it's just a 60-foot easement that was put in a few years back. And there's nothing wrong with it. The gentleman came forward. He has been very honest and he wants to do everything the right way. And he's been doing it for the last 12, 15 years. And I don't see a problem in it because he is creating the green belt by keeping things rural, but yet he's doing it by the book.
Did you make notes of that so you can say it?
Can you repeat that, please?
Chairman Commissioners, just one note on that. This is not a 60-foot easement. This is a 60-foot structural setback from.
Right, from the easement. So, yes. But you get,
He's asking for 43 feet, basically.
right, he's asking
Yeah.
for 43 feet.
So 17 feet from the property line.
Right.
With the current structure right next to it at about the same.
Mhm.
I really don't have any issues with this at all.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I like that.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
With what?
Exactly what you said.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
No.
Okay.
Not getting into that.
All right. Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I have motion to approve.
Second?
Motion with a second. Any discussion on the motion in a second? Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. All right, excellent. Moving right along. Let's do action item 7F.
Chairman, do you mind if I address Mr. Farrell just for a second?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Farrell, just so you're aware, there is a 15-day appeal period for this request. So even though they voted to approve it today, it won't be official until 15 days after today. So we've got your permit application already. So in 15 days, we will review it. And if everything else looks good, we'll get it approved and get that out to you. But it is going to have to be delayed by 15 days before it's official. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Action item 7F, solar field overlay zone number 2026-014, District 4, P&Z Commissioner Sublett, Board of County Commissioner Bezell.
Chairman Commissioners, before you this evening is the request for a solar field overlay zone number 2026-014, District 4, P&Z Commissioner Sublett, BOCC Bezell, USS Mesa Sun Solar LLC requests a solar field overlay zone SFOZ, legal description, section 27, township 7 north, range 1 east, lot 52, 10 acres plus or minus, located on AT&T Road south of Highway 6, Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031, UPC 1004038 297 followed by 6 zeros, currently zoned outland district. The applicant's representative is here to present to you this evening, and I stand for any questions.
The applicant is ready. Please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record. Right here. Yeah, you got it.
My name is Haley Ballantyne. And I just joined the Zoom.
I'm sorry, yes. Free to share your screen as well. Feel free to share your screen.
Okay. Great. Good evening, Commissioners. As I said, my name is Haley Ballantyne. We actually have the last two items on this agenda, so I'm going to go through some prepared remarks that will apply to the all three of these agenda items, and then we can go through each of them specifically at the end if that works for everybody, since they're
No, because each one is in different districts for different commissioners. So I know that sounds redundant, but
okay.
the different commissioners may have different feelings or.
I just meant I'm gonna give a presentation just about like us as a company and solar in general, and then like go
Okay, and then
through.
we'll just use that presentation as your company.
Correct.
To cover the others, but yes,
Yes.
but the vote will only go for this.
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
understood.
Yeah, go
Understood.
ahead, continue.
All right. Yeah, so thank you for your time today. My name is Haley Ballantyne, and I'm here on behalf of US Solar to request approval of a solar field overlay zone. These projects, if approved, or this specific project, if approved by the commission, will be bid into the second round of the New Mexico Community Solar Program. So first, a little bit about US Solar. We are a developer, owner, and operator of solar generation and storage projects with a focus on emerging markets and community solar programs. So US Solar has developed 27 megawatts of community solar in the state of New Mexico, each project ranging from 2 to 5 megawatts AC. We've been working in the state since 2021, and we have several local partnerships that are key to the success of our projects. These include local contractors that lead construction on all aspects of the projects, and subscriber acquisition entities that help to enroll local households in our gardens so that they can receive savings on their energy bills. In October of 2024, the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission approved an additional 300 megawatts of capacity for the community solar program. This program is currently undergoing rulemaking at the PRC, and we expect to see the RFP for that program issued before the end of this year. So just a couple notes on community solar. These projects provide several benefits to the communities in which they're located. Instead of generating energy for the transmission system to be sent away far across state lines, these projects connect directly to the local grid. The energy generated by these projects will be used by homes, businesses, and other energy consumers in the area. In total, the projects that we will be proposing, they will provide nearly $400,000 of bill credit savings to low-income households throughout the county, throughout their operation. And then lastly, the projects will also help to utilize vacant land and generate additional gross receipts tax revenue and property tax revenue for Valencia County specifically. So as an owner and operator of our projects, it is our job to consider how the projects can coexist with surrounding land uses, and it's our job to be a good neighbor. So the locations for these projects have been carefully chosen due to their proximity to P&M distribution lines. And the projects will also advance the county's goals for economic development, renewable energy, and responsible land use. They will ensure long-term protection of the land through maintenance, oversight, decommissioning mechanisms, and they will bring new jobs and investment to the community. These parcels are all clear and flat. They're also free of water features, including arroyos, floodplains, and wetlands. These also will all exist outside of the Rio Grande Conservation District area. So each of these projects, if they are awarded capacity in the program, would follow a similar development timeline. The phases of development include due diligence, additional permitting, construction, operation and maintenance, and then decommissioning mechanisms at the end of the project's useful life. So prior to starting construction, US Solar would have to complete several studies and obtain additional permits from the New Mexico Construction Industry Division, as well as the EPA. These studies include a phase 1 environmental survey, a geotechnical survey, and threatened and endangered species screenings. And if any species are identified, then additional surveys will be performed in order to assess any potential impacts to those species. Additional permits will include an access permit from the County Public Works Department, New Mexico Construction Industries Division, building and electrical permits, and an EPA approval of a stormwater prevention plan for the project. So consistent with the county requirements, we acknowledge that commencement of construction must begin within 24 months following the board's approval. If any unavoidable delays such as regulatory approvals or utility interconnection timing occur, we will pursue an extension per the guidelines in the ordinance. So construction can take anywhere from 5 to 7 months to complete a project once it begins. For the project, with the exception of one, they're mostly accessed off of rural roads, so impacts to traffic during construction will be negligible. We will prepare a traffic control plan for the projects as well as part of our access permit applications to the county. So once the project is operating, traffic and visitation to these sites will be limited to 2 to 3 visits per year for the first 2 years. This is to ensure vegetation is established and also that all equipment is functioning properly. After that, visitation will be limited to 1 to 2 visits per year, and the sites are monitored remotely 24/7 to ensure, again, all equipment is functioning properly and there are no issues. And then ongoing site maintenance and vegetation control and equipment upkeep is all performed by our own personal operations and maintenance team. These projects are expected to be in service for a minimum of 25 years. So the ordinance, as I mentioned, requires responsible operation and end-of-life management for the project. Our plans include ongoing site maintenance, vegetation control, equipment upkeep, and it also includes immediate removal of any inoperable equipment. And it also includes full decommissioning within 12 months of cessation. We've prepared some preliminary site plans as well as site condition maps to show analysis of the project location and all of the features of the specific site. I would like to open up just for this first project that is located on AT&T Road. This one, I was under the interpretation that it was zone C1 commercial. I didn't know if it was Outland District. I wanted to confirm that actually, if I could.
Mr. Baca? If we pull that up on the map, then we can check on the registration.
So C1 neighborhood.
Chairman Commissioners, this property is zoned Outland District, OD.
Okay. Okay, good to know. Thank you. So this one, as it's zoned Outlet District, the parcel is currently vacant. There are no structures located on the property. The nearest occupied structure is approximately 400 feet from the property boundary. I want to note also that this project will have the required 35-foot setback from the public road, as well as all other property boundaries.
Haley, if I could just stop you for a second.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Baca, could you bring that up on the map? The actual, our map?
I can stop share as well.
And Chairman Commissioners, on the parcel map, when you see here where there's not a shaded color overlaying this, all of that area does not have shading is Outland District. You can see here with the green color, that's C1 up north.
Right.
And you can see some of the other zoning, but when it's just a clear aerial image like this, that does indicate Outland District.
Right. Can we zoom out and I'd like to get a better familiarization. So,
Chairman Commissioners, this is just west of Los Lunas Hill. I believe up north over here is Main Street Highway 6.
right.
I think this is that Facebook, Amazon? I always forget which building that one is.
Mhm.
And they've got, P&M's got a hotline out there?
PNM has a 3-phase distribution line that runs south on AT&T Road, which is the line that we would interconnect to for the project.
How far is the line from where, how long of an internet?
It's directly adjacent to the
Okay, so it's
project.
directly adjacent.
Mhm.
So
So it already exists. There may
Okay.
be some upgrades that are required, but the line does already exist.
Right. All right, thank you, Mr. Baca. Go ahead, Kaylee.
You want to share your screen again?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry about that, but
Yeah, so currently the system size that we have proposed here is 1.3 megawatts AC. System sizes can change slightly, but typically the exact layout of the the panels in the parcel, given that this is just a 10-acre parcel. It won't change much if the system size adjusts slightly, and that's just based on the type of equipment that we would use, and other things like that. But ultimately, the site plan itself within these, the boundaries of the 10-acre parcel wouldn't change, if the system size ended up fluctuating slightly. So that is a preliminary size, just, I know this is solar's in, it's interesting when, you know, we come to you guys for approval at the very early stages. And I also want to note as well that we are required by the state programs to receive all non-ministerial permits in order to submit a project into the community solar RFP. So it's not guaranteed that all projects will get selected. They just require that the administrative or the non-ministerial permit is approved in order for us to submit into the program. So that's ultimately the main first step, is why we're here today, is so that we can submit the project into the program RFP. I think those are the main notes that I have on this specific site, so I'm happy to take any extra questions if there are any.
Hey, are you done with the presentation?
Yes, I'm done with the presentation.
Okay. This is in my district, so. So you already answered what was the expected generated wattage of that, and that's 1.3 megawatts, correct?
That's correct.
And that's on an annual?
So the 1.36 megawatts, that's the AC size of the system. So that's basically the maximum amount of energy that would be put onto the grid at any given time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any sites already built in Valencia County?
We have a site that is under construction, or it's going to start construction here in May. That has already been permitted and received approval. It's actually on a parcel of state-owned land, just out near Meadow Lakes.
Okay.
Yep.
But it's come through us and you've done your due diligence?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Now you said that this is going to be in addition to P&M. You're not sending it out of state, so it's going to P&M. And so because it's in addition to the P&M power source, that savings will be passed on to residents of Valencia County.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and you said that there would be a certain percentage. So do you know what type of percentage that the residents of Valencia County would gain from this? I'm not holding you to an exact number.
Yeah, sure.
I'm-
It varies depending on customer class, and also low income qualified households will receive a larger discount, typically anywhere from 40 to 20% on their energy bills. So it does depend on the subscriber type and their rate class that they're in with P&M. But yeah, it can be anywhere from 40 to 20%.
That's a pretty big percentage.
It
'Cause
is.
usually,
Yeah.
you know, so are you?
And that's the New Mexico, the RFP also will set some of those. So the program rules do require a specific baseline percentage that all projects have to meet. So ultimately that will be what guides our percentage, which like I said, the rulemaking is still underway at the PRC. So once that comes out, that will be that'll be a law that we have to abide by.
Question on that same one. You said $400,000 credit to how many houses? How many homes?
It can vary. So the way that the subscriptions will work for a project is there will be a certain percentage of low income subscribers, and then we'll also have what we call anchor subscribers. So those can be either a business or a county or a school district or something like that. So it kind of depends on the subscriber mix for a specific project. Typically, I don't know, I would say maybe like 500, 600 households. Does that sound correct? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also in your presentation, you were talking about long-term, after it gets going, that you would be going back and you'd be making sure that the vegetation was established properly.
Yes.
So I can understand that in the process of putting the solar field out there, you're gonna have to like level it or, you know, grade all the, you know, and you get, you know, and so I understand that. But are you gonna be replanting vegetation? Because you said to inspect to make sure that vegetation is established. So,
Right.
or is this just letting it go and letting the natural vegetation come back?
Yeah, yeah, good question. So once we finish construction on the site, it will be reseeded with a native seed mix, and that seed mix is actually determined by the New Mexico Department of Transportation,
Okay.
and it's based on the specific region of New Mexico that you're doing the construction in. So that seed mix will be planted on the ground across the entire site, and then that's the vegetation that we want to ensure is being established correctly to ensure it's, we don't need to reseed any sections of the site or anything like that. But that seed mix is managed by the New Mexico DOT.
So playing devil's advocate, you said that you would also be coming back and making sure to keep vegetation down. So when so when you're keeping the
That's largely
down.
that's largely weed control.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, weed control. But you said vegetation, but I'm just, okay.
Yeah.
So now that you clarified that, but so in your process of weed control, how will you be doing that? Will you be doing it through manual things such as like disking it, or will you be spraying herbicides?
I think it would depend on the type of weeds that existed there. Typically, if they're going to do manual, if it is becoming a problem and they want to do manual removal, they'll wait until a certain time of year so that they can remove it before it reseeds. If it's becoming a problem and it's, during the wet season and it's overgrowing, then I think in the past we have used certain sprays to kill invasive weeds on our sites. And we're happy to present any type of vegetation management plan as well. We're accustomed to doing that.
I would like to see that put
certainly.
into the, because if there's going to be any type of spraying with herbicides or anything like that, I think that should be in the plan.
Yeah.
So that even if it's not going to happen, but if there is a possibility that it's going to happen, I would like to see that in the plan.
Sure.
Then that way you guys are keeping us informed long-term.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's all I've got right now, because everything else seems like you've got a pretty good handle on it. There's no issues on through the department reviews, fire, sheriff, assessor, treasurers, floodplain, safety and compliance. The location, and again, you already answered the hookup where you're not having to put a lot of poles or go anything there. So if it's just right off there, and so that makes it good for you. One more thing on the presentation here on page, you don't have the pages marked, but I'm going to show you. Under fencing, you've got a picture of a fence. Now, this picture that I'm looking at, it looks like it's like 3-inch, 4-inch animal fencing, but it looks like it's wooden stakes.
Yes, we typically will aim towards doing pressure treated wood posts for our fences as much as possible. It's a more game and animal friendly fence, especially when we're putting it in these more rural areas. It's easier for smaller animals to get in and out, and it looks better typically if you're putting it in rural areas.
What kind of wire?
Say that again?
What kind of wire
Wire.
on the post for the fence?
I think it's just it looks kind of, it just has
Or
4-inch, like 4-inch squares. Yeah.
so it's like a pasture fence.
Yes, it's like a pasture fence. Yeah.
Chairman,
Yes.
do you mind if I just ask a question just for the county's information?
Please.
If selected going forward, is this community program going to tie into the original round 1
Yes.
and follow the same process for the community to apply for these?
Yes.
And are there any different benefits to round 2 than there were for the community that there were in round 1?
The benefits will stay largely the
Still
same.
the same?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Going back to the fence issue, so explain to me why you feel, because this is, okay, explain to me how long of a project this is.
In terms of construction or operation?
Operation.
Operation, the project would be in operation for a minimum of 25 years. After that, that's how long the subscriber agreements last with PNM.
Okay,
So
that's perfect.
Yep.
So how are wooden posts going to last for 25 years?
So our operations and maintenance team would replace any fence posts that needed to be replaced over time.
Because usually they have steel posts. I think it's steel posts.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we've had, it's so A lot of times when we come to counties and are asking for approval for these types of projects, sometimes residents or other neighbors or even the county themselves will prefer the wooden treated fence posts. In other cases, they've asked for steel posts. We have done both.
Okay, well, I'll leave that to the guidance of the county, but
Sure.
it's just, usually I see them in
Mhm.
the other kind of posts. So-
Our operations team likes to say we don't like to put solar in jail, so they like to have a little bit more of a friendly looking fence around the projects, just since they're integrated into the community.
I have no more questions.
You, in your initial talk there, you said a couple of times a year you would have people come around.
Mhm.
That seems, that concerns me with the way weeds grow in New Mexico, as far as getting overgrown. What is your thoughts and your company policy about keeping that in check, I guess?
Yeah, I think that would play into the vegetation management plan that we talked about earlier, which we're happy to generate. I think depending on the location of projects, to your point, weeds grow differently and different types of weeds grow in different places. And so a vegetation management plan would be well suited to address that. And I think because of the first like 2 to 3 years, the visits will be much more frequent. And that's because during those times, you want the vegetation that you seeded to be the thing that's dominating. So the more frequent visits you have in those first years, you're kind of playing this balance of like, we're managing weed control and we're making sure that the vegetation that we want to grow is establishing correctly so that it can be left for longer periods of time without weeds. And just due to the low traffic on the site as well, there's not going to be a lot of traffic in and out, which is not going to be bringing in new seeds every time people come to visit the site, as it would with, a high traffic area. Things are coming in on tires, they're coming in on people's boots, different things like that. So the low visitation on the site is actually going to help in the long term, I think, for weed growth.
Okay.
Yeah.
And same owner for the entire plot, correct?
Correct.
That you're leasing from?
Correct.
And you would be setting up a bond?
A bond for decommissioning?
Yes.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
You mentioned no inoperable equipment in your presentation. So if there is anything inoperable, it will be removed immediately.
Yes, it would be removed
Okay.
immediately.
Also, road care, especially during the manufacturing part of it. I'm a little bit familiar with that area. Some of those roads are really bad, and I can imagine with heavy equipment, that's going to make it even worse, especially during wet season. Will you guys be maintaining the road?
We would assess the road prior to construction, because there would be, traffic coming in to deliver all of the equipment that's necessary to build the project. And that would be the point when there would be the most traffic going to and from the site. We would obviously have to make sure that that road was substantial enough to handle the construction traffic. After that, just because of the low traffic to and from the site, I don't know if this is a county maintained road or not. It seems like it's maybe
gonna
not,
be-
just based on previous
Because you've got
locations.
the High Line, the P&M High Line, and you're connecting to that, that's going to be probably a P&M easement. They're going to be
Yeah.
taking care, because
Yep.
they're going to be using that to maintain their lines, but you get to piggyback off of that, and that's probably the road that you're going to be using. So I
Very
doubt that you're
likely.
going to be using a county road to get there, just because of the definition of where it's at. Okay. So, but you're not going to have that everywhere you go.
Right.
It just so happens that in this spot, you're probably going to have that. So I would think that P&M, just out of the fact that they have to do it for themselves, the road is going to be maintained by P&M, but it's not going to be a county road. And if there is something if there's an emergency out there and you have to send a crew, there's no guarantee that that's going to be a usable road, because if we get a flood, we get, these monsoon season comes in, we get a flood, and sometimes you have an arroyo where there was flat ground, so, that's buyer beware on that. You understand that,
Yep,
right?
understood.
Okay. So that I'm just kind of helping you out on that.
Yep. Yeah, and PNM will also have some equipment out there that they need to see and maintain
Sure.
because there will be a meter there that reads how much energy the project is producing. So, yeah, that will contribute.
For the panels themselves, I know it's sort of like a little bit of an eyesore. Can we go ahead and get some green tarps to cover all the solar panels? I'm just kidding. I have no further questions. Is that?
I have no more questions. Commissioners, go ahead.
I have a question, Mr. Becker. Refresh my memory. So if this gets approved, then it goes to the state. She's in the pool to be selected or not selected. If it is not selected, does this revert back to OD or is there a time frame?
Yes. So Chairman Commissioners, on these solar field overlays, the approval is for a 24-month period. So if no construction has commenced or we haven't received an extension request at 24 months from approval by the BOCC, then it's just automatically going to revert back to what the prior zoning was and the overlay will be removed.
And through the contract with the actual landowner that like they put, I believe they put like $1 down.
Right.
And then and that's upon approval, then they'll start paying the landowner the amount of money that they, said that they would pay them. So, but for right now, the landowner is saying, yep, I've got a promissory saying that, if you guys get picked and you're going to pay me this much. But if you don't get picked, then even that real estate contract kind of disappears and no harm, no foul. So am I correct on that?
Yeah, that's correct. We have option terms
Yeah.
with our landowners, and so if the project ends up not moving forward, then we just don't exercise the option and
Right.
we shake hands and walk away. So,
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead, have a seat.
Okay.
And we'll call you back in a second. Anybody present wishing to speak in favor of this petitioner? Now's your chance. Please step forward. Now's your chance for anybody wishing to speak in favor of this petitioner to come forward. And hearing none, if there's anybody present wishing to speak against the petitioner, please come forward. One more chance. If there's anybody that wishes to speak against the petitioner, please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record. Hearing none. Commissioners? Any discussion?
I'm good.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Hayden, you want to come back up? Hayden? Haley? Haley. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really bad with names.
it's okay.
So you've heard everything. You got anything else to say?
I do not.
Okay, this being in my district, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
A second.
Motion with a second. Any discussion on the motion in the second? Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. All right, thank you.
Excellent.
Moving right along
You're
to,
going to stay there now. You don't have to go back. Okay. I don't blame you.
so. Moving right along, action item 7G, Solar Field Overlay Zone 2026-015, District 3, P&Z Commissioner Moran, Board of County Commissioner Sparkman.
Chairman, Commissioners, before you this evening is the request for Solar Field Overlay Zone number 2026-015, District 3, P&Z Commissioner Moran, BOCC Sparkman. USS Manzano Solar LLC requests a Solar Field Overlay Zone, SFOZ, legal description, subdivision, Sierra Vista, Lot 7A, located on Manzano Expressway between North Rio del Oro Loop and Monterey Boulevard in Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031. UPC 1013034172485, followed by 6 zeros. Currently zoned Planned Development District, PD, and I stand for any questions.
Can we have the petitioner come forward, sign in, and state their name for the record?
My name is Haley Ballantyne.
Go ahead. Now, I don't know if it's basically similar to the last project. So it's up to the commissioner, which now this is going to be going through Commissioner Moran. And so depending upon how detailed you want to get, or Sue, however detailed you want her to get, or so.
Well, I just have two things. In this particular area, this will be Mr. Baca. Are there already a couple other solar fields in operation?
Chairman Commissioners, yes, there's definitely several out in this location. I think, give me a second and I will pull up the map so you guys can get a good view of that. I think there's a couple just to the east and a couple, you're kind of like towards the southeast from here. So give me a second, I will share my screen and you'll be able to see those. So subject properties here highlighted in green. And you can see here, P&M operates a couple of solar fields. These are not a part of the solar field community solar program, excuse me. These are just operated by P&M as far as I know.
Two of them.
Yes, so
That's kind of by the high school, right?
yes, this is just north of Desert View Elementary, and I believe west of here would be the Manzano, not Manzano Vista, Valencia High School, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's right off Manzano Expressway. So I'm looking at this map. Okay. And where it has like WN, WK, tell me what that means.
Yeah, those are just identifying the soil types in that area. That was part of the application request from the county, was to identify the soil types of the parcel.
So since there's a lot of traffic on the Manzano Expressway, which way will the solar arrays be? Will they be going east-west or will they be going north-south?
Yeah, if I could share my screen real quick, I can do a better job of explaining, I think, with the visual. Right. So as you can see here, the panels will run north-south in lines. They will turn east-west. So they will be facing, they're on a tracking system. So when the sun comes up in the morning, they will be facing the east, and then they'll slowly turn to face the west as the day goes on.
So say that again to me.
So when the sun comes up in the morning, the panels will be facing east. As the day goes on, they will turn to face the west because they track with the sun.
Right. We don't see any particular reflection issues for drivers along the Manzano hitting, sun in the morning and reflections.
Yeah. So the panels actually come with a 2mm anti-glare coating on them. So they actually have less reflection than a glass window on a car or even steel, or a water feature, a pond or anything like that. So the glare impacts from the projects are not enough to cause any type of damage visually for a viewer who is driving past or walking by or anything like that. And we've done glare studies on our projects before to confirm that information.
Well, since this is such a location that there's a lot of, again, traffic, would you have different fencing proposed for this location versus some of your other locations?
I think historically, just only based on what I've seen in places where there's more traffic, a lot of times they prefer the more agricultural style fence as opposed to a steel fence. That's just what I've seen in the past, so that's typically what we would defer to in this type of case. I will also note that because of the property boundaries of this parcel, and also just the orientation of the parcel, given it's kind of at a diagonal and the panels need to run north-south, we're going to be set back pretty far from the road. So when you're driving on that road, there you can see over to the, I guess if you were to be driving north on Manzano Expressway, it's it kind of curves up and you wouldn't fully be able to see the panels or the fence. You might be able to see kind of the top of them, but it would be set back further from the road than some other properties. So there is that
Do you
factor
know
as well.
what kind of fencing the other solar arrays have in that area?
Chain link.
I think they had the chain link.
Sure.
ties.
Yeah, that's what we usually see with
Yeah.
this, is the chain link with this.
Right. I think just because.
And we can defer to a chain link as well. We're
Yeah,
happy to do that.
I just think there's so much traffic there and you're near so much, not pedestrian, more people, more populated.
Sure.
That I'd recommend it. The chain link, but what do you think?
This is an area you do probably want to provide a little more secure fencing.
Sure.
That would probably be recommended in that area.
Yeah.
Definitely to be a little bit more secure. We've had a little bit further south than this. There was a company developing one of the Dollar Generals, and as they were developing it, they had some time before they could stock the store and actually house it. So there was a lot of people coming by, damaging the structure, damaging windows, things along those lines. So that would be something to kind of consider in this area, I would suggest.
Okay,
Certainly,
that would
yeah.
just be.
And
Alright.
so I think, and I think what Chairman Morant's initial questions were is, what is the maximum deflection level or angle of the solar panels at, like, early in the morning, because they're going to be at maximum level facing east,
Facing east,
and
yeah.
then at later in the afternoon when they're at maximum angle when they're facing west. So what would that maximum angle be? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do.
'Cause like you said,
I'm trying to do geometry in my head.
Right, they're tracking the sun. So
Yeah.
what's the maximum angle when it's tracking? Because the schools, there's a school there. There's actually a couple schools there. And you've got school buses going there a lot. You've got people that are picking up and dropping off their kids a lot. Now, in the morning, the deflection angle would be towards the east, so it's going to be pointing away from the schools. But in the afternoon, it's going to be towards the west, which would be pointing at traffic, because that Manzano Expressway has got high traffic area right there. So
Even regardless of the angle, the glare is minimal enough that it doesn't cause visual impacts to a driver or anybody driving past.
But the question that I
So
put on
whether
you was,
the angle
what is the angle?
I can find the angle on our plans. I don't want to say something that's inaccurate, but regardless of the angle, the glare is not enough to impact a school bus driver who is driving past, or any driver.
The panels have a.
They have an anti.
Yeah, I understand that. She said 2 millimeter thick, right? 2 millimeter.
Yeah, it's a 2 millimeter, and it's an anti-glare coating,
Right,
and
anti-glare.
it's specifically for this purpose, is so that there's no visual impacts to ground level viewers at all.
What would happen, let's say, if we got complaints from the school bus drivers or whatever, what would you guys do to resolve that?
I can't say that I've ever experienced a complaint about glare from the solar projects.
I need an anti-glare right now out there on that post.
That's a very good example. That the glare would be, you wouldn't see that from a solar panel.
I found this in the proposal letter. The trackers will have a maximum rotational axis of 60 degrees each.
Thank you.
Wow.
There you go. Anti-glare too.
Well, but 60 degrees is quite a degree. I mean, if that's 0, and then what, that's 45. No, 45 is, and then 60, that's pretty.
And the panels are designed to absorb sun, not reflect it, because we're trying to collect
Right.
the electricity.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm just, because I'm looking out for the little kitty winkles, because when it's at
Yeah.
maximum or even partial maximum at 45 degrees, and if the sun, and trust me, every year I deal with this. And I'm hearing a lot of people that are like, man, driving home at night is just, or driving to work in the morning, and that sun, when you go across the river and you can't even see, it's terrible. It's terrible. So if we've got a school bus full of kids taking the kids home after school, and there's an angle, and even if there's, because it's so close to a busy road. That's the
Yeah,
only reason.
I understand. Because the panels track the sun is directly facing the panels. And so the glare is not bouncing back off of the panels. That's the purpose of the tracker. And the reason you have so much glare on water is because it is at a 0-degree angle. And so the sun is bouncing off and then bouncing back towards the viewer. Whereas it's when the panel is actually tracking with the sun, you're not getting as much glare as you would from a flat surface.
Are these a new type of panels? For example, the ones that we have on the west side of 25,
Mhm.
I'm a pilot in training, so I'm doing
Mhm.
a lot of flying. When you're flying above those panels and the sun is reflecting off them, it's like, holy cow, you can't
So
look
there,
down.
there's different types of solar arrays. I think the ones that you're referring to, and I have seen those, they are actually a mirrored system. So they actually are reflecting sunlight towards a single point.
And these will not be like,
These are not those types of panels, no.
Do you think that a tall chain link fence that we would normally see would also kind of help deflect?
I agree. The ones that,
think
the
it
other
would.
solar fields in the area,
Yep.
I'm gonna guess they're about 8-foot
Yep.
fences.
That's-
Yeah.
Mm.
I think that's by statute, that's as far as they can go is 8 foot.
They're at least 6.
Yes,
They might
but
be
They look
I'm
taller
pretty
than
sure that
6.
all of them are
Yeah.
8 that we've
Right,
gone.
and then they kind of have things that go out
And they have
the side.
the barbed wire.
Yeah.
No, they, I don't think
Yeah.
they're allowed to have the barbed wire.
Ones near the high school do.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, well, Los Lunas High School?
of Valencia.
Oh.
And just a reminder on those ones were done by PNM, so those didn't come through and didn't have to meet the same county standards that these that are coming through the community solar program do.
Yeah, I don't think that, because one of the things is on this, and if you read the packet and this, Haley's packet, it says that they don't want, they want the square stuff so that it doesn't hurt any animals. And I mean, people are pretty aware of that, and they don't want barbed wire because, even if somebody's out there, messing around and then they get hurt on it, then the company may have to put a certain amount of, so they want to keep that stuff safe. So
I don't think you're going to get the wildlife in this location that you would get in the other location.
well, that's dependent upon what your definition of wildlife is, because no, it is. I mean, you're
Some
gonna
are.
have field mice, you're gonna have tarantulas, you're gonna have snakes, you're gonna have all that stuff, I mean,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you talking about?
So,
there's 2 schools out there, man.
Well, right, well, yeah, it's fine. Butch, those days are over for us, man.
Yeah, they are.
Now, maybe Commissioner Chavez, Commissioner Moran, they're a little bit younger than us, but I think for you and I, we don't.
That ship has sailed.
That ship is
Yep.
sailed, so.
There we go. Dilly dilly.
But yeah, so, no, I think that the type of fencing that they're putting up and yeah, I reading the packet, they're not gonna put, the barbed wire or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Back to order. Any other questions? Have we already gone through we haven't, so we need to have her sit down and see if, Haley, would you like to take a seat, and we will call you back up in just a moment. You were, Commissioner Moran, you were finished, right?
did you have people? Yes, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that.
Yep.
All right. If there's anybody present wishing to speak in favor of the petitioner, now's the time to come forward. If you'd like to speak in favor of the petitioner, please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record. Hearing none, if there's anybody present wishing to speak against the petitioner, please come forward. Again, if there's anybody wishing to speak against the petitioner, please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record. Hearing none. Commissioners?
I don't have anything. I'm good.
So, all rules on 2026-015 will be reflected as the same rules that were passed in 2026-014, correct?
But I'd like to make a condition.
Okay.
On the condition, recommendation condition. that-
Haley, if you want to come back forward, sorry.
I would motion to approve the solar request for the solar overlay zone field for 2026-015 on the condition that they have the chain link fence similar to the other ones in the area,
Understood.
primarily for safety and security, especially with children around.
So chain link fence with galvanized posts?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Similar to the,
A commercial chain link fence.
and
And to meet the same requirements set forth by like 8 foot and all that.
8 foot, yes.
So that is the motion.
Yeah.
A second.
Motion with a second. Any discussion on the motion in the second?
No.
Okay, and again, because the petitioner didn't go through the whole presentation, I think that along with your conditional of the fence, that it's also that you understand that all the plans, promises, and all that stuff that you said on the previous one
Yes,
are on this one, other than the condition that it's gonna be a chain link fence with galvanized posts
yes,
for added security.
yes.
We're not asking for barbed wire, nothing like that, just a chain link fence. You understand that?
Understood.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. And any more discussion? Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. Moving right along to action item 7. Ooh. That was G, correct?
Chairman Commissioners, correct.
Yeah. Action item H, Solar Field Overlay Zone 2026-017, District 3, P and Z Commissioner Moran, Board of County Commissioner Sparkman. Mr. Baca?
Chairman Commissioners, before you this evening is the request for the Solar Field Overlay Zone number 2026-017, District 3, P and Z Commissioner Moran, BOCC Sparkman, USS Mesa Sun Solar LLC requests a Solar Field Overlay Zone SFOZ. Legal description, Section 32, Township 7 North, Range 1 East, Lot 13, 10 acres plus or minus, located on Duarte Road, south of Highway 6, Los Lunas, New Mexico, 87031, UPC 1002-037-297-429, followed by 6 zeros, currently zoned Outland District OD, and I stand for any questions.
Is the petitioner available? Please come forward, sign in, and state your name for the record.
My name is Haley Ballantyne.
All right. Whenever you're ready. So again, if you want to go through the whole thing, that's fine. If you want to, we're smart enough to,
God, I hope so.
so if you want to just go straight to the commissioner asking you questions or anything like that, I would say that we bring up a map and make sure that we're all on the same spot on that.
Yes. So yeah, Commissioner Moran.
Sorry. Forgot to turn it off, guys, sorry. Okay. Oops. All right. Voila. Is it me?
Yeah, it's up to you. So if you want to hear the whole presentation, we can have her do the.
Presentation.
Okay, so if you have any questions about this being in your district or.
So, Mr. Beck, could you do the famous zooming out so I can figure out where this is in relationship to everything else?
So Chairman Commissioners, this is west of the Los Lunas Hill once again, south of Highway 6 directly on Yes, it is directly on Duarte Road. Highway 6 is north up in this direction.
Okay.
Is the other one pretty close?
Yeah,
to
so
that?
isn't this just north or is it just south of the
Not
other?
far
one?
from there.
This one is just to the
west.
west of the first.
Mhm.
That one was closer to the Los Lunas Hill. This one's on the opposite side of the tracks.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yep. Right up against the tracks, huh?
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one, okay, got you.
Yep.
Go ahead. Commissioner.
All right. So anything unique about this that you wanted to present specific to this location?
I do not. I did want to confirm that this is a similar situation with the road, whether Duarte Road is a county maintained road or not. On county maps, we interpreted them as it was, but I think I just wanted to confirm
It
that.
says not a county maintained road. And during construction, the road will need to be maintained and have dust control. That means you guys have to do that.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so that would be, I guess, wherever the nearest public road would be, where our or nearest county maintained road would be where our management would begin.
Right. And I would think that Public Works means maintaining the road from the access point off of, now you made it too small for me to read, Ryan.
It's Duarte Road coming off of Highway
Oh, so
6.
you're gonna measure it, so, right.
So the distance from Highway 6 going directly south is approximately 1.4 miles.
So, and are there any homes along the way, or there are a few structures, yes?
Chairman, Commissioners, give me a second. I believe there are not directly, there's one home here just a little to the north.
Right.
I don't know that there's any others directly on.
Right.
So here is a development of 4 homes up off of Rivera Road.
At the intersection.
Yeah.
So, do you believe Public Works instructions regarding dust control and maintaining the road was the whole access for the whole, what did you say, mile?
Chairman, Commissioners, yeah, I believe that they did mean the entire stretch of Duarte Road
so-
because because it's an unusual activity for during construction, it's not going to be a standard residential use of that road or agricultural in any way.
Right.
That's an excessive use on a dirt road. So my belief is I can double check with Public Works, but I believe she expected that entire route to be
Do you
maintained in dust
understand
control.
that, too?
Yes.
Okay, and that means dust control, that means regular water trucks that'll come along during the construction at minimum. So as long as you understand that.
Chairman, Commissioners, and that dust control includes the site as well that's being graded.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and so you're planning the same fencing, you're looking at the same solar array, and nothing different for this particular location?
No, they would be largely the same.
Okay.
How many megawatts?
Check this one. I believe it was 1.4. Yeah, 1.4.
So it's similar to the first one.
Correct.
And what's the closest hookup?
Directly adjacent to the site. It runs along Duarte Road as well.
Same thing.
Yep.
So no added poles or anything like that?
Correct.
Do you have any concerns that this being on a road that people use for access and egress to and from their homes, that your keep and go fencing would be sufficient versus something a little more secure?
I think that the fencing would the wooden post fencing would probably suffice in this area.
I don't know.
I'm, I brought that up in the first one,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
I'm a little trepidatious about that, but if they're saying, but part of the contract is they're going to have to maintain that, and
Yeah.
if
I mean, it's their equipment, it's your risk.
Mhm.
The other one, I was more concerned for the students and the,
Sure.
coming in and out.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, the other one was, yeah, that's, and higher population.
Right, correct.
Right. But on the first one and this one, I'm just thinking that over time, they're gonna rot out.
Right.
There's termites in the ground, out in the desert, there's still, even on, these things are,
Treated.
but
yeah.
they're,
Yeah.
the termites, they're relentless, so.
Sure.
And, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, we get a little bit of a windstorm and it knocks the whole fence down. If the county, the county's gonna be calling you going, hey, you need to get a fence up right now, and you might wanna rethink about the whole wooden thing, so.
Yeah,
And we're just trying to give you a heads up
Sure.
beforehand.
Yeah.
What is it, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure?
Right.
So,
understood.
so just something to think about.
And you know that all, according to fire, all entry, exit and roadway needs to be at least 12 foot wide.
Yes.
to allow that. Okay. I don't have.
I was wondering, I was,
That I'm in the dark.
am I getting cataracts or what?
Sure, the last case.
I was sitting there going, man, what is going on here?
Cataracts are kicking in.
There's nobody out there. Why are you asking that question? Nobody's here. They left.
I know, I thought there were people there just waiting, dying to get up. But man, I was.
Okay, quick question. $400,000 credit to the houses that we talked about earlier.
Yes.
That's going to be the 500 to 600 homes per solar field, correct?
Yes, so I do
that
want to,
for-
I do want to make one correction. So the $400,000 is across the 3 projects total. So
That's
split that into 3. That would be the per project benefits. The 500 to 600 households is correct, is a per project number.
So, Mr. Beck, I just want to clarify something. On 2 of these requests, they're for Outland District, solar field overlay on Outland. The one previous was for planned development. Any that have any impact, any thing on the type?
Chairman, Commissioners, no, because this is an overlay. This kind of implements its own standards on top of what the current zoning is.
Okay.
And because there's specific setbacks for solar field overlays, there's specifics to traffic control, things like that. The overlay kind of overrides some of what the underlying district's
Right.
requirements
And
have
if
been.
it doesn't come through, it reverts back.
Yeah, you still want to look kind of at what the purpose of each district is and see
Yep.
if a solar field fits within what the purpose of
Mhm.
each of those districts is, I would say. But as far as the standards, it's going to revert to what the overlay standards are.
I don't have any more questions at this time.
Commissioners? Nope,
Nope, I'm good.
nope. Okay, go ahead and have a seat and we'll call you back up in a second.
You're getting your steps in today.
Okay, if there's anybody present wishing to speak in favor of the petitioner, now would be the opportunity to do that. One more time, and anybody wishing to come forward and speak in favor of the petitioner, now is the opportunity. Please come forward, sign in. State your name for the record. Hearing none, if there's anybody present wishing to speak against the petitioner, now would be the time. One more time. If you'd like to speak against the petitioner, please step forward, sign in, and state your name for the record. Hearing none, commissioners? So pretty basic on this one.
Yeah,
It
pretty much.
sounds just like the first one and the second one, but
Mhm.
a lot of megawatts being facilitated. And I think that we've given plenty enough warning as far as the safety and not the safety, but the security of their equipment. So if it does happen, and the county will pick up on it, and they have a good understanding that they would have to come out and immediately get it fixed as quickly as possible. So
And the county is aware that it was $400,000 for all 3 and not just 400 for each one.
Chairman, Commissioners, yes, that'll go into the record. So it'll be, was 133,000 approximately
Right,
per,
yeah.
per project.
Split over 500 homes.
4 to 5, yeah.
Yeah.
So Haley, would you like to come back up and, this one's yours, right? Sue? Mhm.
So I make a motion to approve solar field overlay zone 2026-017 on the property zoned outland district with no.
You really think we ought to approve all three of them? I mean,
Is a motion?
I'll second.
Motion with the second. Any discussion on the motion and the second? Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote? Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes. Moving right along. Action item 8, next meeting of the Valencia County Planning and Zoning Commission will be Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 3 p.m. You're good. You're good. Did you need to say anything more?
No, I'll be back at that meeting.
Okay. So
And back the
any
month after
questions with
that.
that? Everybody good on that? Okay. Action item 9, adjournment.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion and the second? Hearing none, call the vote.
Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Moran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman, how do you vote? Chairman Sublett, how do you vote?
Yes, this meeting is adjourned.